911, what's your emergency?
Hola, ¿me puede dejar de hablar español?
All right. Okay. Okay. Working on 9 for $2. Sup, Lolly? How's it going? Okay. Work is very slow this week. Reminder: drink some water. Yee. No for dollars. Finished my playthrough of P3P. Do you know of a good PS2 emulator to play P3 FES, or should I not bother? PS, I have no experience with emulating. I don't know if DuckStation goes up to PS2, but you can do PCX2, which is a pretty good one. That's one I use, though it is a little bit more complicated. But yeah, we are back, and you might notice I'm doing this a day early. It's because tomorrow I'm going to be hanging out with friends. Got some buddies who we haven't seen in a while coming, so we're all going to get together, and Irishman's making his famous chicken dip, which, not going to lie, is actually really addicting. Irishman makes really good chicken dip. But yeah, we're going to get together, going to have some fun, going to celebrate the coming new year. It's going to be great. And yeah. Localizers are coping. Yeah, they're still coping. It's still coping like really bad. Like there's people now coming out and saying, man, if you people learn Japanese at the same rate you complain, translation wouldn't even be a problem. To which I responded with, is it just ingrained now that expecting any form of professionalism is somehow entitlement? Like, that is quite literally saying, like, if the food's so bad, why don't you cook it? It's like, how about you do your fucking job? The one you were paid by contract to fucking do. How about you stop being an entitled little dick? We aren't invited? I mean, I'm sure Irishman will share his chicken dip if you come. It'd be a good time. You get to meet some of the more obscure bros. How do you cure sore throat? Green tea with lemon and honey. And if you go, well, I don't like green tea, well, you're going to be stuck with that sore throat then. Just finished Alan Wake after hearing good things about the second game, and I really enjoyed it. Yeah. Alan Wake 1 is pretty fucking fun. It's not perfect, but it's pretty damn good. Alan Wake 2, I have not played yet. How long will the localizers continue to cope? Not that I'm complaining. Definitely has been a fun shit show. I don't know. They're probably going to continue to cope. They're probably going to bitch and moan until there's some sort of compromise to where they can still, fuck things up and do their job. Can you ask Irishmen and Americans claim a leprechaun's being created by consistently breaking the backs of the Irish until they physically become shorter? I will definitely ask. Hot green tea, well, more warm to the point you can drink it. Yeah. Just learn to cook if you think the food's so bad is a good line. Yeah, it's like, I mean, that quite literally is what they're demanding. It's like, well, if you think you're so good at it, why don't you do it? And it's like, you're the one being paid to do this, motherfucker. Making my way through Chapter 3 of AC6. Yeah. It's not a very long game. Once you have the right build, you can speed through missions in like less than 20 seconds. It's great. Is Dragon Age Inquisition worth playing? I was bored shitless with it. Hyena V2 Gunsmith for $15. Hey, Lolly Boy, how does one get access to the Discord server? You can either email me, because, I mean, you have been donating, so you're a good boy. Or you can donate on the Patreon/Subscribestar. Fair warning, Subscribestar link still does not work properly. I do not know what's wrong with it. I might just have to email Subscribestar and tell them to reset it. But, yeah, you can just message me on there and I'll get you in. It's fine. They should learn to code. They should. Hey, Lolly learned that if you go to the Berserk subreddit, mention that Berserk is basically an 80s action movie and not just shoujo stuff enough, it gets you banned temporarily. See, the subreddit Berserk is kind of bipolar. A lot of people, because, I mean, I would post on there sometimes. Like show videos or like just talk with people. I mean, Berserk's really good. And the subreddit was one of the more like sane ones. But it is a coin flip. It is a coin flip. Ever since Miura died, it's like either been complete crazy people kind of taking shit too far, or people repeating the same joke over and over again, or people just being like, oh yeah, I think this part's cool. 3 years tomorrow is the amount of time I have since I played first Xenoblade Chronicles 1. Xenoblade 1 is really good. Having to fiddle with the menu in real time is a little awkward, but that's where 2 came in and fixed all that. Add honey to the tea for increased effectiveness. Yeah. Green tea with honey and lemon. Localizers digging deeper holes on Twitter each day that passed. Like that one woman developed into comedy propaganda. Yeah, where like it turned into, well, you want people to starve. Don't you understand that's what taxes are for, to provide for basic needs? Like, you had a job. Rip Gaston Glock. Yeah, the guy who actually made the Glock is dead. I never really liked the Glock. I just don't trust him, but still, dude made a fucking icon of a gun. Any way to go through Reddit site-wide permaban? I don't know. Just played Max Payne for the first time. Absolute Kino. Rest in peace to James McCaffrey. He was incredible. Really was. One of the iconic voices in gaming. Do you think Irovith is a bad person, the elf from Witcher 2? Oh, the Scoia'tael? Yeah, because Scoia'tael are just bad people. Like, they make a point that they're such extremists, they will even kill fantasy races just for being associated with humans. They are bad people. Do you think the Holy Seer pawns the God Hand? I mean, they made that clear. Like, they established that. That's canon. Guy who made what casuals think of when they think pistols. Yeah. He standardized it, so you gotta give him credit in some way. Just got Baldur's Gate 3 recommendations for starter class. Probably like a fighter. Fighter's basic enough to where you can't really go wrong with it. I like Barbarian because they're big, dumb, and fun. Got was present for $1. Started putting together my first Gundam kit and accidentally broke the shoulder joint. Pour one out for me. Well, if you get some super glue, you can try to fix it and maybe paint over it. It might look a little awkward, but Hey, Olalio, just trying to decide what Steam games to get during the sale. Thinking of Signalis and Dead Rising Collection as I'm dabbling in horror. Dead Rising Collection would be a very good one. Signalis is also really good. The actor played Raul Menendez in Black Ops 2 has died of cancer, 56. Yeah. Camar de los Reyes. Yeah, He dropped. James McCaffrey dropped. A whole bunch of people died. The fucking actor who played the rich dad in Parasite, he committed suicide. Like, he committed suicide yesterday. Passed off his battle damage. Yeah, there you go. Korean actor who died recently was investigated for drug use. That could have motivated it. Like, he didn't want his reputation ruined as being a druggie. Eric Jimenez for $2. Fish Tank Chat is writing as we speak. I love how your dwarfriend and Dandelion get mad when you fight the Scoia'tael. Yeah, but at least they're in some way where you can basically go, shut the fuck up, you know? That's how I always did as Geralt. I basically just went, shut the fuck up. Maybe watching Medicare's Jack Murphy stream. Jim was fucking right about the future of the internet we're living in. That and Fuentes being a Fed asset. Oh, yeah. Fuentes being a Fed was not even, that's not even surprising. We streaming on Wednesday? Yeah, because I stayed. Tomorrow I'm going to be hanging out with friends. So we're doing it tonight. Last year I remember with this many buys was 2016. You're not wrong. All right. And I'm actually going to swap on over. There we go. Because that reveal in Stormblood motivated me. Because it's like, oh shit. Like, it motivated me because we got to Estinian and I'm like, holy fuck, that was so good. Then I saw people in chat were like, wait, what? Like, they didn't really understand why that was so hype. So now we have to get through, we have to get to Heaven's Ward so you guys can see why that was hype. What did Medicare predict? H-Bomber guy being a remorseful troll? Nah, just that the internet was going to get worse. Oh, yeah. And I'm running out of playtime. I'm going to need to up my subscription. I still got 5 days, though, so it's not too much of a problem. I still have 2 stealth battle suits to paint. Yep, take the herbal pill, meds, and more meds can only go so far for minor health issues. It's not really that. It's just you'd be surprised how easy it is to take care of, like, small stuff. I mean, if you're deathly sick to the point you're puking up blood and in the hospital, that's self-explanatory. But if you got a little cold, yeah, some like, natural stuff that you can just pick up for, like, $2, you'd be amazed how quick that can knock shit out. Like, after I got home from Japan, I had, like, horrible bronchitis. Probably because of the plane ride, because, you know, you're trapped in a fucking steel tube with a bunch of people breathing the same air. To the point I was, like, hacking up black phlegm and all that shit. Took some oxycillium, oxytocin, you know, like quick antiviral stuff just to make sure. It also breaks fevers. And green tea, honey, lemon, knocked that shit out. Knocked it out. I felt a million times better. Will you stream the Kingdom Hearts games? Could be funny. I mean, I say funny. They were genuinely pretty fun. But yeah, it could be entertaining. Ginger tea tastes like shit, but it helps when I got COVID. Yeah. Hit on Celine Feld. Yeah. She somehow got into an accident, and that's all they will describe it as, an accident, and ended up in the hospital. And it's like, what the fuck is going on with this chick? Are people trying to kill her? America predicted that there is no dark cabal, just corporates that want to sell you Hondas. Well, I mean, yeah. It's all just corporate shit. Alright. And actually, I do want to, now that I know what quest we're on, okay, chasing Ivy. I want to do some quick math in my head. I'm scratching my face. Chicken soup and hot shower beats cold every time. Definitely helps. Definitely helps. Okay. Chasing Ivy. So we are on patch 2.4 of the Realm Reborn. So we have, let me see. We have this one. We'll spam $2. Hot to titties work as well. My savior past few days. What the hell is hot to titties? And well, okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 16, 32. Yeah. So we have 32 quests until we reach Heaven's Ward. So, not too far off, because some of these quests can end up going pretty damn fast, where it's literally just go to location, talk to somebody, and then boom, it's over. Yeah, 24 quests from 2.5 to 2.55. Yeah. Well, they also removed some quests. So, as far as I'm aware, we only have 32. Tamales? Could be tamales. They are cinnamon. And cinnamon helps, like, clearing out your throat. It's a metaphor for tea-dipped titties. You know what? Fair enough. I assume that's a British thing. Yeah, see, we're already almost done with this one. How bad is Horizon over-the-shoulder movie game? Oh, Horizon Zero Dawn? I tried playing the first one like 4 separate times. Every single time I would get 3 hours in and I'd fall asleep. Like, I would actually fall asleep. I'd wake up out of nowhere and go like, what the fuck happened? We were playing Legacy of Kain recently. I'm going to play Defiance for the first time. Anything I should know going in about first going in? Defiance? The ending is hype as hell. That's all I will say. Even though it is a cliffhanger. We'll spam for $2. Mix of hot water, brandy, lemon juice, and honey. That's another one. It's a good sleep aid. Yeah, right? What they did to 358/2 days with the PS3 remaster. They only remastered the cutscenes, didn't remaster the game at all. Yeah, that was bullshit. That was bullshit. I'm like, man, really? Like, I get they mainly just want people to know the story, you know, going into each game. But, like, fuck's sake, that was one of the better Kingdom Hearts. Like, Roxas is just a good character. Since we're on the topic of Gunpla and hobby, should I get an MG Stark Jagan or Gundam Mark II? And if latter, Titans or AUG colors is my next kit. I don't know what any of those look like. I'm not super into Gunpla. Defiance is the worst camera in anything. Yeah. Rereading Berserk made me realize the purpose of the whole is to suppress magic users. Yeah. Do you think Yakuza style of gameplay can be implemented into a Rome setting like Yakuza Ishin? Well, yeah, I mean, it's a brawler. It's an arcade brawler. Hitting Heaven's Ward yet? We still got like 30 some odd quests. How long said quests are remain to be seen, but we are that far away from Heaven's Ward, so we're not too far off. What would you say to a Ninja Gaiden Black remake? I would not be against it. What's up with Oliver Gia? I thought the deal was base, but first, the deal with tearing down the statues, not him signing with localizers. He suffers from centrism syndrome, which is, he kind of has to be a contrarian to every side, and as is the nature of centrist syndrome, they pick the worst side to buck against, you know, conservatives with. Where it's like, I get it, you know, you don't want Tipper Gore, which, by the way, she was a Democrat, but you don't want Tipper Gore style, like, Bible-humping moralism to take over culture again, but no, tearing down 200-year-old statues fucking sucks, and no one should be okay with that. I'm not even particularly okay with them tearing down Soviet ones, because it's like, listen, this is just a rabbit hole you don't want to open. Prince of Soul can help with the bitterness of the tea as well. See, I like to taste the tea. Team Ninja too busy with Rise of the Ronin, it better be good. Yeah, I think Rise of the Ronin will be good. Everything I've seen about it seems pretty interesting. How many games do you think Ichiban will be MC in Yakuza? I don't know. They seem pretty dedicated to having him take the mantle from Kiryu, which I'm not against. I'm on chapter 13 of 7 now. I did, in fact, get past the Omi Alliance HQ. And I really like Ichiban. Ichiban's a great protagonist. I don't like Saejima and Majima anymore. I don't like them. They're scary. I had to use the laser so many times. Hyena V2 Gunsmith for $10. Oh, I just joined the Patreon. Where's my Discord link, boy? If it's the Patreon, it should come to you soon. If it's the Subscribe Star, yeah, you're going to have to message me because that one's still broken. Imagine being an American conservative. What's there to conserve? People leave me the fuck alone. That's all I wish. That's all I want. You want to ping you with what the gunplay look like on Discord? Okay. So a new console Bleach game might be in the cards. Trademark's been found that's pointing to a new full-fledged Bleach game. That could be interesting. Especially if they're riding off the hype of Thousand Year Blood War. Like, that could be dope. Okay, A, Stark, Jigon, B, Titans Mark II, and C, AUG Mark II. I'll go with the Stark. I like the shoulder missiles. Those are pretty cool. You see that Amazing Bulk is making his debut in a Marvel What If? I'm scared to ask. Hope the Bleach game is its own thing and not an Naruto clone. Yeah, specifically not like a fucking arena brawler again. Isn't Heaven's Ward 2.0 and Stormblood 3.0? Or Ishgard and Dawn were Heaven's Ward content, I thought. Yeah, Ishgard and Dragon War are Heaven's Ward. But we are in the lead up to that. It's the patch quest at the end of A Realm Reborn leading up to Heaven's Ward. So there's a lot of build up to it, and they have to establish character presences. He ain't Barney the Purple Dinosaur. It's weird how One Piece and Naruto had a lot of games, but Bleach has like one or two. Yeah, right? Especially with like, you know, something like Gintama, it makes sense because it doesn't have a dedicated combat system. They make jokes about that all the time. Bleach absolutely does. Like, Bankai and Honkai are like very, very fleshed out and explained systems. Yeah, OG game is 1.0, A Realm Reborn's 2.0. Yeah. We'll kill for a Bleach game that plays like Soul Calibur. Yeah, it could be cool. You mean Shikai Bankai? I thought they also called it Honkai. I don't know. No such thing as Honkai. I swear to God they called it Honkai. Wait, Bleach had games? It's had a few. Some PS2 ones, and it also showed up in like pretty much every single Jump game. Oh, that's right, with your level and playing as Gunbreaker, I thought you were already through Main Heaven's Ward. No, we switched to Gunbreaker because I didn't really like being DPS, and I wanted to do a tank again, and I didn't do Gunbreaker. And our level is just because we beat A Realm Reborn and had to, we had to grind up a little bit to get past certain things. Plus, we have the road to 80 buff. Meant standalone, but yeah, Bleach had games. Yeah, a few. I stayed in like PS2 era. Sure you aren't confusing those Honkai games? No, because like Bankai is essentially like the special skill they have, like the JoJo power, and then they have the one which is the sword skill. And I thought they called that Honkai because it was just, you know, two similar terms with like a fucking letter swap. But they're saying it's Shikai, so I don't know if maybe the term changed or if I'm just misremembering it. I did binge a lot of Bleach until like 2 in the morning, so I could have just been tired when they explained it. Bleach had Dynasty 1, if I remember correctly. Well, like, every shonen gets a Dynasty Warriors clone. Hado? It might have been Hado. Shikai is the correct term. Okay, there you go. Definitely misremembering. I'll attribute to that. As stated, I was watching, like, super late at night, and I watch it as I'm playing video games. So I'll, like, glance at the screen to make sure I'm keeping up with the subtitles. Point is, it has the two systems. It has the sword skills, then it has the actual, like, stand powers, which I call them stand powers, but you know what I mean. It's like Nen. It's the special ability that they have to find the rules of to fight them. Yeah, Shikai's literally first release, and Bankai's second release. Okay. Once I had a girl coked out explain the Bleach power system to me at 2 a.m. Paste lolly. Every anime either gets a Muso game or an arena brawler, no exceptions. Yeah, right? What anime game disappointed you the most? Mine was Little Witch Academia. Definitely Berserk Muso. I was kind of hoping it'd do more than just be a Dynasty Warriors clone, but it wasn't. It was just Dynasty Warriors. Egregiously so. I forgot Shinigami had other skill sets in their Zanpakuto. Yeah. Kind of awkward listening to a character explain or yell out Honkai release. Are you sure isn't Alzheimer's hitting again, old man? It could be. Then the other races have their own version of Shikai and Bankai. Yeah. Point is, it's a very, very fleshed out system. How was the Fate Samurai game? Looked fun. It was pretty damn interesting. It was pretty damn interesting. Obviously, we didn't have the time to flesh out. We didn't have the time to get into every single system of it because we only got to a few of the serpent fights. But they were pretty damn good. So alright, let's for 2 fake monies. Honkai my nuts. Kubo also forgot about Hado. Well, there you go, yeah. But anime or manga disappointing was the biggest disappointment for you? I don't know. Do you think the reason we get so many Muso games is because they're cheap? Oh yeah, it's 100% because they're cheap. Because fucking Bandai Namco buys the license for them and then just shoves out a Dynasty Warriors clone. Kido is magic, Ho-Ho is movement, Hakudo is hand-to-hand, Kido can be broken down to Hado offensive spells, and Bakudo binding spells. Yeah. That's on Class of 09. Every single thing I see about it just makes me go, okay, this is what Katawa Shoujo... This is what everyone thought Katawa Shoujo would end up like. In fact, it even seemed to have, like, direct references to Katawa Shoujo. The only good Muso anime games are the Pirate Warriors games. Well, One Piece gets more than just the fucking Dynasty Warriors stuff. Like, they had like a Dragon Quest clone not too long ago. You call it fleshed out, I call it too complex. Eh, you can argue that. They could do an open world One Piece game, AC Black Flag, AC4 Black Flag, not like World Seeker. I don't know enough about One Piece to know if that would like step on anything. At least Kubo's taking his time doing the Hell Arc. Man deserves it after almost losing his wrist doing insane work schedules and Shin Sakura Wars. Yeah, that poor motherfucker. Every time I hear something about Kubo, it's like, God damn, let that man rest. Favorite cheat code? It's always, no matter what the game, every weapon codes. Because I love seeing every gun in a game. It's great. Espada had Resurrecone. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Which is them becoming more like their hollow forms. Okay. Kubo really keeps getting put through the ringer. He does. There's a comic where Wolverine fights the Predator. Predator's fought everybody. Kubo is a good writer, too. He is! As stated, Irishman sat me down and we started 1,000 Year Blood War, the anime. Because I never got to 1,000 Year Blood War. I got to, like, right before it starts. I think literally the chapter before it starts. And then that's when I dropped Bleach for a bit. And I dropped it for a long-ass time. To the point that I'm just going through the anime and, like, going, like, oh, fuck, I forgot about that. I forgot about that. And, like, wait, that happens? That kind of thing. And when we started 1,000 Year Blood War, I was like, holy shit, this is fucking good. Like, the old man, like, slashing the fucking Quincy dude and melting him down to a skeleton because he's that pissed off that they invaded his land. It's like, that's fucking good. Filler's always bad, but Bleach had the worst. Yeah, especially didn't help in Bleach's case because the filler, the most infamous one was the Bount one. That was literally just fucking a Yu Yu Hakusho arc that was repeated. And it ended up having, like, contradictory systems in it, where the idea of the bounce is not bad, where it's just ghost vampires, where they eat souls. It's not a bad idea for a system. The problem is the fact that, like, from what I understand, it quickly gets to being contradictory to a lot of the rules that Bleach set up beforehand. And I kind of noticed that when the dolls showed up, where I'm like, this is just JoJo stands. And then they made a point of, like, this is stronger than our fucking Bankai. And I'm like, okay, wait a minute, what? How the hell is a fucking JoJo stand stronger than your fucking thing that is also a JoJo stand? Blue Fire, $5. Favorite Castlevania game? Mine is Circle of the Moon for GBA. Got a copy of Order of Exela for Xmas along with Stella Glow for 3DS. Enjoying both. I'm basic bitch. I love Symphony of the Night. I love Symphony of the Night. Metroidvanias just scratch a thing in my brain where I'm like, I love this. I put a lot of hours into fucking Curse of the... God, no. Okay. Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. That was it. If they're playing Just Cause 3 on stream, it would be so much fun. Much more fun than Life is Strange. Just Cause 3 is fun. It is fun. I enjoy the Bleach Fullbringer arc. MILF was nice, though.
None other. I bid you welcome to Revenant's Toll, and thank you for traveling so far.
Have you played Blasphemous? I need to.
As if I could ever say no to Urianger.
You don't like the NES Castlevania games? They're not bad, it's just I love Symphony of the Night. Yeah, Bound Arc killed Bleach. Yeah. Oh, Kubo continues Burn the Witch takes place in the Western Branch of Soul Society where they fight dragons, which are Western Hollows. Yeah, I know about that, where Burn the Witch takes place at the same time. Not the same time. Well, kind of. Same universe as Bleach. And it's like, you know what, that's kind of creative, where Soul Society and all of them, as we see in Bleach, are the Japanese side of things, the Asian side of things. And Burn the Witch is like the West, where it's like a different culture. It's like, that's cool. That's interesting. Like the Zanpakuto Rebellion arc, but it was way too long. Yeah, that is one thing I did hear. The Zanpakuto Rebellion is filler, but a lot of people actually kind of liked it. And Kubo introduced some elements of it into Bleach from then on. So it's like, you know what? That's kind of cool. My opinion, Bleach fell off more and more after Soul Society. Rukia should have gotten with Ichigo. I disagree. I like Rukia a lot as a character, but I am fine that she gets with, what's-his-face, the redhead dude. I'm fine with that, because I much preferred Rukia as, like, a little sister. You know, she works better as, like, a friend with Ichigo than like, someone to get with. Yeah, Renji, yeah. Because let's be honest here, Renji is just the protagonist of Bleach in a different timeline. I'm surprised he didn't accuse him of wanting to have sex with his sister. Bleach is a fun read-through. You can tell Kubo was writing by the seat of his pants. He ended up making two villains very overpowered, no way to defeat them by standard means. Oh, yeah. Which, I mean, is a standard kind of trope in shonen stuff.
Joyous reunion indeed.
Poor Renji Ibarra. He'll always be second fiddle.
Like twin sisters. Save in appearance and aptitude.
I'm appalled by your shit taste, but it's fine because we love you. I'm actually okay that Orihime got with Ichigo. I'm okay with it. She's not my personal pick. I think there are way better girls in Bleach. But I'm not mad. But it's just the Naruto thing, and Orihime is just Orange Hinata. Renji will get his time to shine when he stops jobbing. Yeah. Best part of 1,000 Year Blood Wars, Kubo going back to flesh out the story since he rushed the ending. Yeah. Tatsuki's better. Tatsuki, yeah, I like her. I like Tomboy Girl. I get why it's Orihime, because Orihime is part of the Soul Society, so she can do stuff in the story with Ichigo, when Tatsuki is explicitly just meant to be like an everyman. Like, she is normal, she doesn't know about all this stuff. So I get it, but Yoriichi's better than all others. You're not wrong, Yoriichi's pretty fucking good. Like, every time she shows up and she fights, you're just like, oh, fuck yeah, that's awesome. And Hinata's not toxic to Naruto, no matter how much cuck porn you draw with her. I always saw Ichigo and Rukia relationship is not working because Ichigo has a life to live and Rukia has her afterlife to go through. Yeah. Tatsuki was supposed to be a substitute Soul Reaper like Ichigo. Oh, okay. See, yeah, then, yeah, that would have worked out, yeah. And I guess it's just a thing where Kubo never got around to introducing it or just kind of doubled out of the idea. Because they did make a point of Tatsuki getting involved with some of the supernatural stuff in the beginning. Where, like, yeah, she would run into Ghost with Orihime, too, because they were friends. Tatsuki got axed because the editor didn't like tomboys. Oh, that fucking hurts. I'm not even gonna lie. That actually kind of hurts. Like, peak design, had the childhood friend with Ichigo, was involved in the supernatural. They build up the thing with Orihime. We're like, oh, I guess she's gonna get with Ichigo. And then, nope, Tatsuki comes in and is like, nope, it's the fucking Ed, or fuck you. Total Ed or death.
The gravity of the circumstance. Lest thou doubt, a deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou and no other grantest my...
Very homosexual. Tatsuki was supposed to be the main girl. Shonen Jump almost declined Bleach because it was too similar to Yu Yu Hakusho until Akira Toriyama said to give Kubo a chance. Yeah, and I get what they mean. Very beginning of Bleach is just Yu Yu Hakusho. I think the reason they got the director of Yu Yu Hakusho to do the original anime is because it's like, dude, this is just basically all over again. But it does flesh itself out in a different way.
We now suspect that the heretics destroyed the second aetherite to impede our pursuit.
Childhood friend, it was never going to work. Yeah. Childhood friend either means destined to be together, or it's just not going to work out.
Yet it must be found, for even now Iceheart prepares to call upon Saint Shiva.
Don Kanoji is the hero we deserve. Don't know if we've already been asked this, but we're going to get another Baldur's Gate 3 stream sometime. As far as I'm aware, I'm going to do it Saturday. Until the intrusive thoughts come in and I decide to do something else. But no, I'll do Baldur's Gate 3. I've been wanting to play it again. I've been playing a shitload of fucking Yakuza 7.
One of our own bore witness to her escape.
So again, awesome 2000s tomboy love interest. Yeah. Childhood friend was probably going to die. Yeah. Also, Orihime's just more bland Hinata. I like Orihime because they just go out of their way to make her in Airhead. It's like, she has moments of being pretty fun. She is OP as fuck as a healer. And I like the way they explain her healing powers, but she reverses time so the wound never happens. It's like, you know what? That's cool. Tatsuki's the only person outside Ichigo's family who knew what he was like before his mom died. Such wasted potential. Yeah. That's on Tomo-chan. I liked it. I agree with the consensus that the ending was rushed and the main guy was kind of a fucking retard. Oh, DM me what Tatsuki was supposed to look like as a Soul Reaper. I would actually like to see that. She's so fucking boring. I get that people think she's boring, but I'm fine with her. I am fine with her. So much of the story was axed because the editor didn't want to introduce Soul Society until way later. That's retarded. Like, Soul Society is when you find out about the actual fucking main combat system and like how everything works. It's when things get interesting.
Like opening the floodgates to fill a dry riverbed.
See, the cat is weird, but I can write that off as just first draft idea. But I like the concept where she has kind of a whip blade. That would have been cool. That would have been hype.
Greater volume of ether with the requisite precision would be a nigh impossible task in itself.
We have an issue since the Stark Jagon, pronounce it correctly, is P Bondi actually shipping from Hong Kong and taken until March 2024 if I choose the cheaper C option. Oof. That's on the one-armed weaponsmith woman from Bleach. Oh, she was great. I loved her. She was awesome. Have you watched Miracle-chan? Yeah, the one about the girl who sees ghosts. That one was fun. Thought Tatsuki got cut because the editors wanted the story to move on to Soul Society. Also, Bleach is also more like Saint Seiya, especially Soul Society and onwards. I'm hearing it's because the guy didn't like tomboys. Now I'm hearing it's because they want to move on to Soul Society. I don't know what's true anymore, man.
Just so you know, I'd confidently give this plan better than even odds of success. And if the worst comes to worst, your people won't suffer.
Though it risked the lives of our best
Orihime is actually super OP, and for some reason no one understands that. Have you seen Call in the Night? Yeah, it was pretty good. I like the fact it was a vampire anime that was like really, really chill. In the sense that like the main vampire chick is just a fucking loser. That's on FF17. I don't know anything about 17. Have they... I doubt they're already talking about it. Why not both these things being true? I've actually been considering watching Bleach soon, but I heard a lot about the filler. Should I skip it or watch it? If you want to actually get the story, skip it and then just read the manga. I am watching everything every single episode because I made a deal with Irishman that I will do that if he started getting Tama. So I am stuck with the filler, but she's Ichigo's cousin. Are you talking about Tatsuki? Because I don't think she is. They should 16 be a few years for 17. Yeah, at the very least. What are some of your favorite passing the torch moments and didn't feel like an asshole? I've been going through Yakuza 7 right now, and I really, really like all the moments where Ichiban meets the legendary characters. Because he's like fanboying the fuck out and going like, holy shit, these guys are strong as hell. And they actually acknowledge the fact that Ichiban is... He's not all the way there, but he's getting there, and they respect him for that. I like that a lot. Another example from Yakuza is 4, when Saejima fights Kiryu. Because you have to play as Saejima in that segment, and you don't get to play as Kiryu yet. So it's that moment where you have to fight Kiryu, and it's actually like one of the more challenging fights in that game. And that is such a good moment where you understand, you know what? This guy respects Kiryu. He understands the goal of a Yakuza. He understands the fucking... He understands the respect it needs, and he respects Kiryu. It's like, it's great. Why are we streaming today? Because tomorrow I'm going to be hanging out with friends. Because buddies I haven't seen in a while are going to be in town. So we're going to get together. Sajima's a bruiser. Oh, yeah. He was scary in that fight. Like, the boss fight where you had to fight Majima and Saejima. I specifically went through the underground Coliseum over and over and over again to grind levels. Not just for, like, main character levels, but, like, grinding up the jobs where I go through as different jobs just to get the permanent boost from each one. Even I was having trouble, where it's like, holy fuck. You ever saw S. Cry Ed? Rivalry in that anime is practically up there with the greats like Goku and Vegeta, or Amori Ray and Char on Aznable. I've not. I'll check that out. Milfime is nice, but Ichigo could have gotten that childhood friend Tomboy Milf. What's your least favorite world building trope? That's actually kind of hard. There's a lot of them I don't like. I'm usually not a big fan of you introduce the church just to make them evil. Like, mainly because it's so predictable. You introduce a temple or a church in any way in your world, 9 times out of 10, people just point out the fact that you're going to make them evil, aren't you? And a lot of times they're right. Oh, and you also have Majima as a backup with a near insta-kill. Yeah, you get him as a fucking... a summon, and he is brutal. What's on the summon Shiva? What do you mean? Because, I mean, they kind of change how she works in every game of these. For me, it has to be everyone's a dick idea. Yeah, I wouldn't really call that world building, but yeah, I know what you mean. Church badge repetitive as atomic bomb, nuclear power, bad allegories, yeah. Localizers are continuing to make every excuse under the sun, say we don't know how translation works, and continues being glorious. Oh, yeah. Because there's no actual response. It's just, well, you people are wrong. It's like, how are we wrong? How are we wrong? Would you tap Shiva? Once again, it depends. FF15 Shiva? Maybe. FF14 Shiva? Maybe. What was your favorite Soul Reaper, Vizard, Espada, and Quincy? I have not gotten to Vizards or Espadas, because that's state. I'm trying to refresh everything I fucking know about Bleach at the moment. In regards to Soul Reaper, that's kind of hard. I really like Kenpachi, just because Kenpachi's fucking crazy, and he has the little lolly daughter with him, and they're great. Also, Yoroichi's pretty great. Soifan is okay, but she's only really good when she teams up with Yoriichi in a fight. Trying to think what else. Quincy's, the one who, like, turns dead bodies into his slaves, like the puppets, and, like, they establish that he's straight up a necrophile and will rape them, and they're able to be aware of what he's doing to them. That's fucked up. And I'm like, holy shit, that's hardcore. Which Kenpachi? Eye patch one. Eye patch one. Sorry for using it as financial advisor since I'm splashing in plus set delay. Should I get Mark II Titans version or normal Gundam colors? Do I need a bad guy suit? I don't know. I don't know. You left to start claiming Javier Milei ruined the Argentine economy, even though it was already destroyed by past far left politics. Yeah, he's only been in office for like a week. And like the thing is, he came out and said, hey, I did a run through of the books, and there's like over 200 cars assigned to the presidential convoy or something like that. That's insane. I think he was going to delve into Visitors first, much better in my opinion, because it would really show how fucked up society is. Like I said, I haven't gotten to Visitors yet. What I heard is that they shelved all Ichigo's friends to go on Soul Society. They were originally going to focus on Ichigo's friends and the Visitors. I mean, yeah, very beginning of Bleach makes sense with that, because, I mean, very beginning of Bleach was just, oh no, ghosts are attacking Ichigo's friends, and he has to find a way to stop them without them figuring out he's a Soul Reaper. It was very Yu Yu Hakusho in that way. But I like the fact that they moved on to Soul Society, because Soul Society to me is the cool parts. Gazelle's fucked up and literally reeks of his own jizz. Yeah. The fact that there's a bad guy who's just that unashamed evil, it's like, that's cool. That's some women with push-up bras being cringe. I don't know. I like to make an honest-to-God wife out of Soifan. She is okay. But she is just a Yoriichi fangirl, to which I say, why go with her when Peak is right next to her? So Bleach is your favorite of the big three? No, it's not my favorite. I'm going through it right now. Soul Society arc is where Bleach goes from good to great, in my opinion. It is really good. Because as stated, beginning stuff is okay, but you can tell it's just kind of going there, and it's like, okay, what do we really do? Soul Society is where it really had to dedicate and go like, okay, we are going to make a world here, and it's cool. While going hard on Soifan fans. What's funny is the trans community claims Gazelle, and it's like, are you sure about that? Yeah, they have no idea what Gazelle is. Who's Peak Girl? In Bleach, one-armed blacksmith girl is pretty good. I don't remember her name. Rangiko, the big titty chick who's buddies with the Shota guy. She's pretty good. Yoriichi's pretty good. There's a lot of good women in Bleach. And you know, Yoriichi does all the kinks with the Urahara. Yeah, Kukaku. Yeah. I couldn't remember her name. It was a weird name, but I remember it now. And thank God this lets us do it with NPCs. Translation is she got big booba, Lolly likes her. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, kind of safe, yeah. When you're Kubo, every woman is Peak. And that is one thing I will respect with Kubo. He really likes his female designs, and he makes sure everyone likes his female designs. I think it's most widespread manga anime misinfo. There are a lot of myths. Probably the most famous one is Hideaki Anno made Evangelion because he hated anime. And you actually look into it and it's like, no, he didn't. He was just going through like a really bad mental crisis at the time, and he was basically just trying to make a love letter to Ultraman. Here, I gotta pop my... There we go. Ghost Stories 1. Ghost Stories 1's another pretty bad one, where people just kind of take that at face value. It's like, well, Ghost Stories flopped, actually. No, it didn't. It was actually extremely popular. Oh, God. Belt or buckle? There we go. Feel really bad for Celine. She's been hospitalized. Yeah, and nobody really knows what happened. All they know is she got into an accident. Oh, fuck. Alright. Green Down Ranger for 2 fake money. Should I play the OG FF7 for the remake trilogy? Remake trilogy is specifically being made for people who never played FF7, but I do recommend the first game. It is, I say first game. I do recommend FF7. It's really good. It has a ton of systems that you can put a lot of time into, and it's also the complete game. You don't have to buy it in pieces. Best part of this now is that even the Asmongold situation made a video on the AI versus localized situation. Yeah, and he didn't cuck out. He specifically made a point of like, yeah, these people have been fucking with translations for years. It's like, thank you, Asmongold. I make fun of you because you're a gross, disgusting mold person, but you know what? You have a take I agree with once, so now I'm going to pretend I always liked you. I'm not going to do that. Do you like Ned Luke? He's the voice actor for Michael in GTA 5. Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. I know he got swatted while he streamed GTA 5, and it's like, Jesus Christ, this poor man. Like, that's a horrible thing to happen. Original still holds up, and you don't have to buy multiple overpriced copies. Yeah, Original very much holds up. It has a really fleshed out system with ATB and the materia. I really like the materia system. It can be a little intimidating. A little. But then you just remember, like, the materia system isn't that bad when you just realize, like, oh shit, this is just giving me the spells to then make a roll. Like, if you want to change Aerith from being the fucking healer to a tank, you can do that. Hell, if you want to do a healer-tank combo, you can do that. It's a really cool system. I like it. You ever heard of Gunsmith Cats? I'm horrendous down for Rally. I do not know what's making people suddenly have an interest in Gunsmith Cats. I really like Gunsmith Cats, so I'm not going to complain about it. But I am curious if, like, there's been an announcement for it or something. And I do plan on talking about it next year. I do plan on talking about it. It is on the list, and it's gonna be good. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Asmongold, you get 1 gold star sticker. 1. I feel like a lot of agree with Ned Luke's take on GTA 6. What did he say? Masamune says Aerith is not a tank. No, she's not, but I said you can build her like one if you get the right materia. And the point is that the materia opens up a lot of options. Obviously, you have, like, optimized routes on what you're supposed to be doing, but... Does anyone in stream try and join your game? Yeah, a few people have shown up, and we've run, like, dungeons sometimes. Mainly because we didn't have a choice and we're waiting on queues. Yeah, people like to run around, and they like to show off that they're here. What's your least like candy? Mine's Tootsie Roll. That's hard. There's actually a lot of candy that's really gross. I am not a big fan of, God, what are they? The warheads, the sour warheads. I'm not a big fan of those. Show a video about background art of Gunsmith Cats and that was cool that it was American and watch it. Yeah. Candy corn sucks. Candy corn's also, yeah. You can have good candy corn, but candy corn by and large is not that good. Pussy. Fucking hate strawberry flavor. I like strawberry. Better not say Mexican candy, you son of a bitch. Who the fuck is Asmongold? I keep hearing about him and still don't know who he is. He's one of the big streamers on Twitch. If you have a friend who's more normie, he will probably like Asmongold. In fact, there's Warhead soda. No, I know. There was also Warhead flavored C4. It was in the gas station one time. Still mad at Mexican candy take. There's a lot of bad Mexican candy. I like the spicy sugar stuff. That stuff's pretty good. WoW streamer enough said he's very normie, like he's streaming inside his attic. Yeah. What dub do you think is better than sub Buns Black Clover? I really, really liked what they did with the Pluto dub. I am usually very strict about dubs, and I'm like, no, that's not what I want. Even I have to admit, Pluto dub was pretty fucking good. Did you taste it? The Warhead C4? I did not. I bought the Starburst version. Got Dragon's Dogma on the Switch. Any tips? Started as a Rogue Strider. I always choose Warrior because I get to Guts LARP. And that to me is the whole point of Dragon's Dogma. Just, constant, never-ending Guts LARP. Yu Yu Hakusho is a damn good dub. Yeah, a lot of people like that one. 91 Days and Baccano's. I hear 91 Days is actually a pretty damn good dub. How was it? The Starburst C4? It's okay. It's weird. C4 itself is a drink that you're not really buying because it tastes good. So they're basically sweetening it up to try to get past the bitter-ass energy drink flavor. And it's weird. Trigun Dub is good. Trigun Dub is good. Johnny Young Bosch is fun as Vash. I will always give Johnny Young Bosch credit in that he gives a shit about his roles. Hope they collab with Berserk again for DD2. At the very least, have an Easter egg. Dark Souls can have 1,000,001 fucking Easter eggs to Berserk. Dragon's Dogma can as well. It's like, come on. They were using... some locations in Dragon's Dogma were fucking shot for shot, like the cabin. Like, come on. They can top Staple Snatch with frog swimming into a black woman's pussy. Isn't that just that Disney movie, Princess and the Frog? I don't know, I never watched it. Berserk 97 and Golden Age movies have great dubs. Yeah. I mean, Berserk 97 still has some issues with it. It is a 90s anime dub, but it's good. The actors are good. And the movie trilogy dub is just fantastic. Have you ever tried the lollipops with the scorpions? I have not, but not gonna lie, I do want to try them. How much do you bench? Not nearly enough. She lives in a tree and summons golems. Exactly. John Bosch, I can see as Serpico. Yeah, I think he'd do pretty good as Serpico. Especially now that he is getting older, and he can't really do as much, like, anime yelling as he does. That would kind of work with a character like Serpico, where the entire idea is he's very quiet. He's quiet up until he gets pissed. There we go. We gotta get rid of the man titties. Wait a minute, am I going the right way? I am not. Right, let's go. Pure femme fatale, Vave Valentine for me. Oh yeah, she is pretty damn good. Yeah. I also like Lust in Fullmetal Alchemist. I always thought she was cool. Though not gonna lie, I mainly like her because her death scene is fucking brutal. Like, goddamn, was Roy fucking brutal with that one? Just lit her ass on fire. You get a Tomboy GF, but no more Hawaiian shirt. Do you accept? There will always be another. She kind of deserved it. Oh, she absolutely deserved it, but as stated, that death scene was awesome. In Brotherhood, where she's taunting him, and then he just lights her ass on fire over and over again. It's like, god damn, that was awesome. Like, they did not fuck around in Brotherhood. Roy versus Envy's eyebrows. Phase episode, what was it? Think Like a Child? I think so. I don't remember the episode name, but yeah, the one where they actually explore her backstory is like really fucking grim. FMA is better than Brotherhood. Some parts of it are good. I always thought the idea of the sins being based off people that Edward's dad already knew was kind of convenient. I wasn't against it because the old lady, the old lady was named Dante, right? I'm trying to remember because she was the main bad guy in the original anime. It made sense why she would do it because she's just a spiteful bitch. But I still thought it was a little like, really? That's a little convenient. The only one I thought actually worked was Sloth. Because it's like, you know what? That makes sense with what they wanted to do, and they do tie it in a way that I feel works, where it's like an ultimate punishment for what Ed and Alphonse tried to do. But still, stuff like Lust being Scar's brother's wife, I thought, like, that's a little much. That's a little much. Brotherhood's dub's pretty good. I think it's okay. I prefer the sub in Full Metal. Just because, like, I just do. I just do. I think Frank Welker could do a good Apostle voice. Maybe. I'd have to hear it. Maybe you could share and say I preferred Lust in the 2003 anime. She was more tragic in that one. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the filler in the 2003 one was good. 2003 one, it still has, like, probably one of my favorite moments in Full Metal where Ed has to fight the serial killer. It's like, he's like in the basement, and he's like demanding to know. It's like, why do you keep doing this? Angel says, because I like killing people. It's like, I like that moment. It's a good moment. What the fuck are you talking about? OG was better because the main skirt joke. Not sure what the rest of this nerd shit's about. Yeah, bury the chopper. Yeah. Yeah, the serial killer having Winry, like, Jesus, I remember that as a kid. Yeah, it was hardcore. I mean, a lot of concepts in Full Metal were legitimately fucked up. And that's where the 2003 anime was pretty good with fleshing those out. Where it's like, when you really took a step back and thought about it, this world's fucking nightmarish. Alright. Oh, shit. Give me a sec. No, for $1 carrying on from my last message. After playing and finishing P4G and P3P, all the woke talking points and such people are using to talk about the series opens a can of worms no one wants. I.e. Kanji says, I'm not gay. People clearly see, clearly he's wrong. Oh, yeah. Gals present for $1. Started putting together my first Gundam kit and accidentally broke the shoulder joint. Oh, yeah, alright, that one. Yeah. A lot of the talking points around Persona die out when you actually play the game and realize the game has multiple minutes long speeches where they just explain what the theme of the story is. Monkey Island with the people they try to revive and is infinitely more interesting than just I split my personality off into different people. Yeah, I know. It's just the people they used I thought was a little convenient. It dipped a little bit too much into Sloth I was okay with because it directly tied into what Ed and Alphonse did. And it's like, you know what? That works. Because, I mean, you see Sloth in the anime and the actual series, and he's just big dumb monster. So Katrina's trying to go, don't engage with trolls crap, even though we know what trolls they're talking about. Yeah, they're trying to do the victim thing, go like, look, everyone dunking on us is all the bad people. And I guarantee there'll be a whole bunch of retards that go, man, why do anime fans care so much about this? And it's like, hey, because they don't have the right to write over people that they don't fucking, like, they don't have the right to write over shit in a series they did not create because they think it's funny. We just had the big controversy over plagiarism. Are we seriously going to allow this to happen? Did you see that some people are rediscovering Quentin reviews on Twitter? Yeah. A lot of people are, like, calling him, like, really creepy and sus because of the fucking iCarly videos, and it's like, I don't even think he wants to do those. I think he is just algorithm chasing and just, you know, nostalgia baiting with, remember when these were on the air? Because, I mean, it's like, it's fairly obvious. Marcape Skirt Tape, $2. Honestly, the Parallel Worlds twist is great. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. There we go. I still can't get over the fact Rose and Full Metal got raped and pregnant in 2003. Yeah, right? 2003 did not fuck around. I mean, hell, even the ending with Mustang is, like, a lot more depressing. Full Metal, Hitler just being a nice old man is funny and better than him being homunculi and Brotherhood. Nah, I like him being a homunculi. It's like, I much prefer him in Brotherhood because he is fucking mean. And his fight with Scar was dope. Yeah, Rose much more damage than Full Metal. Yeah. I mean, like, 2003 Full Metal. She was raped and only thought of Ed. Yeah, it was pretty fucked. What do you think of the Compo Shambhala movie? I never watched it. Like, I never watched it. I never heard good things about it. How your dog's doing? They're doing pretty good. Winston's getting into a bad habit, though. If he sees the doors open, he will just charge for it. And it's a thing where it's like, hey, please don't do that. Like, please don't do that, dog. That's a bad habit. I don't understand King in Yellow. Am I dumb or something? What do you not understand about it? You know what's worse? I heard the guy Edward saved on the train did that to Rose. Oof. I mean, that does make sense, because 2003 in particular made a big point of kind of calling out that Edward didn't want to kill, with the fact of like, yeah, but some people are worth killing. Once again, kind of playing into what goes on with Sloth, where it's like, that is somebody he absolutely does not want to kill, but they're not giving him a choice. And the only thing that prevented him from killing him is the fact they chose to sacrifice themselves. My dog learned to shit in the tub in an emergency. Good boy. Yeah. Unironically, that would actually be kind of a useful thing where, like, there's an emergency outside, like a tornado, and they cannot go. Just have them go in the bathtub to prevent, damage. Or just prevent the house from getting messed up. Because it'll be gross for those first few weeks when you know they did it in the bathtub, and you're like, oh, gross, I shower in there. But then you scrub it down, and you just coat it in bleach, and you're like, you know what, I can make this work. What do you think of Gate? Thus the JSTF fought there. Infuriates me, but I still check in on it. Don't hate that much. I get annoyed with the author. And it... Oh, fuck. How the fuck did everybody die? Jesus. I was not looking. I am not a big fan of Gate, just because it kind of just starts jerking itself off a little too much. We're like, oh man, the JSTF is so fucking cool. To the point it starts putting down other militaries, like the American Special Forces ends up getting its ass kicked, and it's like, okay. That's cute and all, but like, come on. You mean like Batman? It's not as egregious as Batman. It's more the fact of pointing out that, dude, you're in a war. Honestly glad all the localizers have been doing this crap, finally getting the comeuppance, and finally do your job or get replaced. Yeah. Okay. Thought the weakness of the monkey eye being them remembering their past was cool. Yeah. I say I'm not against the idea. It's the fact that I thought the specific people chosen were a little too convenient. Like, the only one I was okay with was specifically Sloth, because it ties in the fact Dante was a massive bitch and, like, just really wanted to fuck with Ed's dad. And it specifically tied into what Ed and Alphonse did in the beginning of the series. There we go. Is that one anime mixing high fantasy and modern military? Yeah. I like Wrath and Envy too. Yeah. Like watching modern militaries playing the SmackDown fantasy armies, but Gate gets really weird at times. Well, I stated it was made by a guy who was former JSDF, and he was just trying to hype him up, and I get it. It's the fact that it kind of gets a little bit too much of like, alright, you're getting a little too excited there. Favorite moment of a character basically saying or showing no ends justify the means? I mean, like when they have the moral high ground thing, only when it actually works. Like when Superman beats down somebody and is like, hey, don't fucking kill people, or things like that. Is Hawkeye a good waifu? I always liked her. I always thought Hawkeye was great, and I kind of loved her dynamic with Roy, where they had that weird thing of like they weren't together, but they kind of were. Like the way she fakes out Envy, I thought that was great. Gonna teach Winston to wear a vest and carry foul mags for you. He'd eat them. Was Sloth their mother or the chick that Edward's arm and leg? It was their mom. I was trying not to spoil it, but fuck it. It's also been like 20 years since 2003 came out. Yeah, Sloth was Ed's mom. Oh, Ed and Alphonse. Because that's the Dante is a much more petty villain than Father is in Brotherhood. Where Father is mainly just like, hey, don't get in my way. But they have to get in his way because he's going to kill millions of people. Well, up 120 fake monies of plastic crack on the way. Yeah. Roy and Hawkeye were totally banging. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, the scene where she fakes out Envy and is like, don't you understand the commander would always say my name in private? And he goes, oh, well, I totally forgot about that. It's like, yeah, because he didn't. It's like, that was a good scene. That was a good scene. Dante's a bitch in 03. Oh, yeah, she's just evil. She's evil in that way of, like, Dio evil, of just outright pettiness. Oh, fuck. Ow. Ow. Please. Damn it. That was purely because I went behind the wrong crystal. Yeah, what are you doing to my lieutenant? Yeah. What was Father's fucking problem anyway? He wanted to be a god. He wanted to be a god, and like basically the only way he could do it was through like mass sacrifice. So he had to sacrifice entire nations. And he specifically set up the situation to where like the nations would go to war with each other. So then he could create Philosopher's Stones to then create the 7 deadly sins, in which like it was a whole thing he was doing. Fuck you, fake money's worth more than $1. Father's equally pathetic. He's megalomaniac, thinks he's a god, he's evil, but he comes from a different background. Oh yeah, Father is a different style of evil. Where I said he is a little tiny demon trying to be a very big demon, and then once he's actually dragged into hell, he understands he is a very tiny demon. He was just, you know, bigger than mankind for the most part. Dante Este is just petty. Like, I'm going to bring your wife back as one of my minions because fuck you. The wars run giant transmutation circles. Yeah. Ugh. Wait for me. Father creating son was cool as fuck. Oh yeah, it was good. Kind of like the petty kind of evil in characters. Got kind of tired of modern day Thanos having to have a reason and pretending like their ends justify their means. Well, I mean, Father never pretends like his ends justify the means. He's just a dick. But I know what you mean. Just that, like, hey, I am evil because I like being evil. There we go. Were looter shooters a mistake? There's kind of a spin-off of Diablo clones. So the real question is, are Diablo clones a mistake? Never finished first Full Metal. Saw Diverging from the manga and absolutely couldn't keep watching. Some of the filler's pretty good. In fact, I think there's outright like a watch order list you can check out where it combines like Brotherhood and OG Full Metal anime together. So you can watch it and it's canon, but you still get all the filler to actually explore the characters. Path of Exile is pretty good. Yeah, a lot of people like Path of Exile. Do you think the library lady was cute in Full Metal? She was pretty good. I see a serious villain legit say the reason they're evil is because it's fun, like a child with a gun. Well, I mean, that does happen in Full Metal a lot. That was the serial killer guy in 03. That was literally like word for word what he said. Arakawa has gone on record saying that if it wasn't for the armistice army rules, Roy and Riza would have gotten married because they cared that much about, which you can see in the story. Oh, yeah. They had that thing where they were together, but they weren't. Oh, I forgot Diablo 4 released this year, and no one cares. And hell, aren't they selling it on like insane discounts already? How come you don't just zoom out? Because why would I? I don't need it. I don't need it. We're kicking this thing's ass. I don't need it. What was with the localizer that an ex-employee of multiple companies saying he doesn't regret it with changing dialogue in Japanese products? Mostly think it's bait. That's the thing. He's touting himself as a former employee of all these companies and saying that, oh yeah, I totally did that because I thought it was, I thought these sentences were regrettable and shouldn't be shown in America. If that's bait, you really don't want your employer finding that, because it's like it doesn't matter if it's bait. That looks really, really bad. Who was the military lady who took care of Ed in Full Metal and was accused of murder and brotherhood? Ah, fuck. I don't remember her name, but that was the one that Roy faked her death. And she comes back, like, towards the end. Maria. Yeah, it was Maria. I guess we... Okay. I think we went all through... I think we went through all that for nothing. I think we went through all that for nothing. Alright. I do, in fact, believe we went through all that for nothing. I don't care if gays JSD propaganda. It's cool, and if you don't enjoy it, you're a miserable old man. I mean, I get why people like it. It's just not something that I personally was okay with past a point, because I'm like, when you start putting down other militaries, I kind of just start going, you know what, dude, fuck you. Fuck you. You're so fucking cute. Yeah, fuck you. So basically bait or stupidity meme. Yeah. Father isn't evil because he likes it so much, because he sees the ascension of godhood as the natural order of things. Doesn't question even why he would do it, nor does he care. That still kind of goes into he's evil because he likes it, because he does take joy in hurting people. What's the edit called? It's not an edit, it's just like a watch order. As far as I'm aware, it's like a watch order. I've drawn Rose giving birth. Yeah, kind of messed up. I'm beyond fucked. No one asked you to say that. No one demanded you to say that. I'm gonna get a Gatorade. I'm gonna let that stew right now. I'm gonna let it stew what you said. All right. I personally enjoyed Gate because of the fanfics. Again, there are a few that are interesting, like what if the Gate opened in America in 1963 or taken in a less biased way? And yeah, we totally went through that Gate for... We totally went through that for nothing. We're back to waiting on cues. As much as I like 2003, FMA, Cyborg Archer was a bit of an asshole. Yeah. Who would win, a bunch of Roman knockoffs or guys trained with automatic weapons? Man, can't you look up, like, totally accurate battle simulator and find the answer? They didn't shit on the US Spec Ops team. They just picked a fight with a literal demigod. Yeah, but you know what I mean. It's kind of like, oh, yeah, of course the Americans would get cocky and get themselves killed. It felt a little like, fuck you. Shove it up your ass. That's on fanfiction in general. Not really my thing. Like, Obviously, when you're a teenager and you get super into a series, you'll look some up just because, like, hey, it's more of the thing I like. But as you get older, you do just kind of go, a lot of this is just really dumb. And it's just kids trying to be like, oh, one day I'm going to be a professional writer. That kind of thing. I want my whale. You see the anime Punisher shit? Yeah, the anime Punisher movies. They are aggressively okay. Fanfiction is very effeminate. Yeah. Now we're gonna sit here for a while. Cyborg Archer gave me instantaneous ED. I don't know what I was looking at. Has there ever been a fan fiction that was well written? I don't know. As stated, it's just kind of a genre I'm not really into. You know what? As we wait, I'm gonna let you guys hear the whale music. I'm gonna take a piss real quick. Alright, we're back. Father doesn't even take joy in hurting people. He views any human who isn't Hohenheim or immediately useful to him as nothing more than firewood, no more than objects. Oh, scared myself. Nah, he absolutely takes glee in killing some people. Like, he is a sadistic dick more than once. And that kind of dips into the like, at what point does that really matter? Like, at what point is the distinction actually a distinction? Damn, that piss was fast as fuck. Yeah. I got a bathroom a stone's throw away. It's useful. He's even got a shower, so in case I ever, like, pass out down here for whatever reason. Mainly when I'm super tired after a stream and I just throw my shoes and I'm just like, fuck it, I don't care. I'm going to pass out downstairs. There's a couch. Arcade Squirte, $5. Demigod, huh? Last time I checked, they're still mortal. Just drop a Moad and he'll be dead. Also, Ruby has fanfiction better than the series. Space Wizard for $1 was playing more SMT Digital Devil Saga. Fuck this game, I hate it. When I start a battle and the enemy completely wipes my team because we have no resistance when they start. First, might start using save states. Also, fuck the suicide move. Crash Man for $1. Full Metal 2003 also only had 3 homunculi that we knew who they were, and only one Ed and Al knew. Conqueror of Sham is okay, but the villain isn't as good as Dante. Wish we could have gotten another 13 episodes. But Brotherhood is a lot more satisfying ending. Scar vs. Wrath was badass. Oh, yeah. I love Scar. Scar is like one of my favorite characters. The scene where... I still remember the scene where he paints the wall in blood, vengeance, and Envy walks in and he, like, shits himself staring at that. That's still one of my all-time moments. Big Pussy Ben Shapiro for $1. Honestly, with Internet Historian, did kind of screw up with the whole copying MF article. H. Bulge guy's video, all other critiques for Soy Boy shit. And I won't listen to a video about stealing content from a guy who asked Hassan if a chair joke was allowed. Yeah. My big thing is, like, I don't even give a shit if it's supposedly copied from an article because it comes down to, well, there was probably a scriptwriter that got lazy, or, hey, does anyone really give a shit considering there was so much other transformation to the video, like audio, music, animations? Like, do we really want to open this Pandora's box where you have to cite every fucking thing and once again make the standards for YouTube videos higher than goddamn television? It's like, no one wants this. No one wants this. And it was done purely so they can gun after people. I see your argument, however, and it's Soy Fawn in the maid outfit with the cat. They had to put Yoraichi in the cat form because actual Yoraichi is peak. Oh, it's not even Yoraichi, it's fucking Chocolate Cat. So they had to double gimp themselves. Arakawa choosing to stick to her guns and refuse to reveal Scar's name was the right call. It's more satisfying they gave up his name, but in gratitude rather than shame. Oh yeah. Like, I really like how Scar was handled. Like, he was the whole, like, hey, who seeks vengeance should remember to dig two graves and, you know, stare into the abyss shit. But done in a way that was very natural, where it's like, he kills Winry's parents just out of sheer bloodlust when he wakes up, and it was the two people that actually cared about him and would have helped. And he spends a lot of the series regretting that and kind of understanding what he did, and then he genuinely wants to redeem himself. Very, very well done. Scar's such a fucking good character. I love Scar. He's such a fucking badass. And yeah, him fighting Wrath, like, that is, because they build Wrath up, especially in Brotherhood, as like the motherfucker. Like, he's one of the top guys. He is one of the big guys. So him and Scar having that throwdown, like, oh, that was so good. Did you see where the news articles were pushing for rules now since that stupid video? Exactly. Almost like, and I'm going to put on my tinfoil hat here, that might have been part of the game plan with how much it's been artificially pushed to once again cripple content on the internet. You know, give corporations the right to copyright strike people who read articles or cite articles for videos. Because fucking Aiden Paladin was dealing with shit like that, where she did a video on like a study that was like a publicly released study, and they fucking copyright claimed her. And she's been fighting tooth and nail to get that video, brought back. And it's like, why the fuck should you copyright strike this? This is a publicly released study. Is it true that Scar in 2003 was a pussy? I don't think it was a pussy, no. No, but anti-Semitic jokes, just don't watch a Histron stream ever. Yeah, especially after October. Scar's how you do vengeance bad without being pretentious. And it's the thing where, like, it wasn't even that him seeking revenge was bad. It was that he was so obsessed with revenge, he lost sight of the goal. Because he was right to chase after the people that killed his people. You know? He was right to seek revenge. It's the fact that he was going so far with it, he just made the whole world an enemy. But when he calmed down and actually thought about shit, he found out how to target the right people. Bury the light or silver bullet? Bury the light. Like, without fail, bury the light. Bury the light's fucking amazing. I'm reading Sailor Moon. Doesn't get any better. I picked it up from my library and it's okay. The art's nice, but I can't say I'm interested in the story. It is a shoujo manga for girls. It is a magical girls series. Is the P4 nurse breedable? I think she is. I thought she was pretty good. I started DMC5. I've taken a break for a few months, and with a few action games under my belt, Dante makes me feel like my hands are on the backwards still. Yeah. Why are we talking about Full Metal? Because it's good. Still remember the horrible dad that fused his daughter and the dog into a creature, and that's been on my mind for a long time. Yeah. As stated, that was another moment where you saw Scar was a pretty good guy, because he was just willing to put her out of her fucking misery. And I especially liked that it was framed as... I'm trying to remember if they revealed that she was dead before they actually explained what happened, or if you saw what happened and then Ed finds the body. But they made it clear that, like, Ed and Alphonse think it was full-blown murder, and it's like, oh my god, that's horrible. Then you find out, like, Scar genuinely wanted to put her down, and he felt horrible for her. It's like, it was a good one. It was a good one. She was dead pretty much. Yeah, I mean, she was a failed Chimera. And later on, Chimeras got more advanced to the point that they could switch back to being human. She was a failed one. She was fucked. Not only did Scar end up going after the right people, he wasn't targeting them for revenge anymore, but rather to stop them from doing much worse than they were going to do. Oh, yeah. I remember much from Sailor Moon, just that the girls were hot. Yeah. It is a magical girl series, so a lot of slice of life mixed with occasional there's a bad guy to fight. Yeah, she got 6-layer cursed. Bro, Scar's messages to Envy. Dude, that was so good. I love it. I might go through Full Metal again. I love that series. Full Metal is one of those where like it's hard to really find anybody that says they don't like it. It is one of those. I even like the manga that the author puts out where it's just her going through like daily life stuff, and it's her character as the cow. I like that one a lot. I think it's funny. Like explaining what it was like when she first got to Tokyo, and like she's used to like having it be completely silent, so any noise meant something was wrong. So in the middle of Tokyo, when obviously there's like noises and people screaming and all that, she would wake up constantly thinking the cows were like freaking out. It's like I liked that one. That was funny. The fear on Envy's face is fucking great. Yeah, the fact that they showed Envy was afraid was what sold it. Envy, who was one of the sins, which they established as like a fucking big villain, is scared shitless by that. It's amazing. Fullmetal 2003 goes off the rails, but God, is it a ride? Yeah. Not liking Fullmetal Alchemist is punishable with Weeaboo Law. Her new manga, Yomi Tsugai, is pretty good too. Yeah, I heard about that. Like, it's going and it's starting to pick up. Fullmetal is 9/10. The only thing I can ever see people not liking is that it's not as flashy like most shonen. Yeah, that's true. Let's talk Hunter x Hunter like the Succession War. The more advanced Chimera already existed at the time. Sho Tucker fused Nina with a dog for literally nothing in the military. Didn't even have a use for his research anymore. Well, it was Sho Tucker didn't know Chimera were that far along. He thought he could be the one to break into it, and he was at risk of losing his alchemy license. And he was just a fucking lunatic. So he was like, fuck it, I was throwing my dog and my daughter together to show that this can happen. And he didn't realize that, like, yeah, this was already a thing. That's on Cowboy Bebop was my first anime I ever watched. Dude, fucking Cowboy Bebop's a masterpiece. Not being as flashy is not a flaw. Different tastes. Yeah. Dumbest gun fad in your opinion? Not sure what you mean by fad. Trying to think. I really don't know what would count as a gun fad. Bond had a very grim fate in Full Metal. Oh, yeah. Remember, on paper, Chimera was not a thing. He was the lead in the field. Yeah. So now you got a taste of Samurai Remnant. How'd you like it so far? It was okay. It was pretty good. Definitely wanted to put more time into it. I love the characters. The characters were all great. I loved Saber. Musashi was shitloads of fun. The servant fights were genuinely pretty good. I liked what 2003 did with Tucker. He became a Chimera himself, obsessed with bringing his daughter back rather than Brotherhood that just killed him off. Yeah, you can kind of see it going both ways. But at the same time, I like the fact that Tucker is just insane. Like, he's just insane. The fact he even considered fusing his daughter and his dog together showed how far gone he already was. So I'm okay with them just killing him off, going like, yeah, just fucking burn in hell. JoJo was 8 out of 10 for me because no chicks. He should have put in some Kubo women. I mean, part 6, part 5. Part 2 has fucking Lisa, and she's awesome. What are your opinion on people that do gun tricks in real life? They are very impressive. Like fucking, what was it, Hickok 45, who outshot an automatic weapon. Like, he literally, like, fired 2 pistols faster than a fucking submachine gun. It is insane. Will you ever get a big titty avatar? No. I would not subject you guys to that. And not gonna lie, ever since hearing about the big titty VTuber avatar to Troon pipeline from Kirsch, starting to suspect that's a bad road to go down. And the end of volumes, sketches when Erikawa memorializes the characters who died. Only Tucker has ever shown burning in hell. Not even Envy or Goldtooth Doctor get that. Yeah, Sean Tucker's it depicted as burning in hell in an immemorial Tankobon. Yeah. Kirsch is always right. Yeah. Why not get a chat avatar? Yeah, there you go. I don't know. Why Why do so many Fallout New Vegas strewn out? I don't know. Well, they can show feet pics for rig donations. Big T VTuber avatar Chum Pipeline. What? Okay, so it is an actual thing. At least so far from what I've understand. If you are a guy and you get a feminine looking VTuber rig for your avatar, you will eventually troon out. It has happened on like 3 separate occasions. Would you plap old Lisa Lisa? If you mean part 2 Lisa Lisa, absolutely, because they did establish that she's like slowed down her aging with Haman. So it's like, oh, 100%. Why do you call Kirsch Kirsch? I said Kirsch. Rev says Desu better watch himself. He should. Started reading Arakawa's new series. It seems really cool, but the English name Daemons of the Shadow Realm was really bland and awful. Give it time. Eventually it'll be interesting. Like, the terms themselves could be kind of boring, but at the very least, there'll be some interesting spin to it. Sure wasn't the case of those two VTuber dudes being autistic and made them troon out? I don't know, but so far there's been too much of a correlation to ignore. He isn't citing his sources. Quick, cancel him like Wendigoon. Yeah, Hero Hey. Did Hero Hey actually troon out? Holy fuck. What do you think of if I have to stare at the back of a character for hours, better be a female argument? It's kind of losing its funny with the pipeline. I mean, I choose female characters because I just like making waifus. You know, I'm not that good a character creator, so at the very least, I will go out of my way to try to make a woman look attractive. I mean, obviously, if I can make a cool-looking dude in a game, I will, but, you know. Did Merryweather troon out? I'm curious because fuck me, the guy does so much of the I'm ironically gay shit last time I saw him. I would not be surprised if it's gonna happen in the next 2 years. But you have like Frederick Knudsen, trying to think of who else. Yeah, Frederick Knudsen. There was somebody else. Like there were specific names given. I'm trying to remember who. Become a PNG streamer. Yeah, Hirohei's a femboy now. Oh god. So he's like 50% there. Kagi Films is a female VTuber model. Give it enough time. Give it enough time. Knudsen's a furry though. At this point, I'm not doubting the pipeline. Same reason Finster and being feminine because money and views. Yeah. Annoying Orange. Yeah, Annoying Orange, technically. Technically it was a VTuber for anyone else. Wait, down that rabbit hole trooned? Oh, yeah. If you watch the EVE Online video, it's blatant. I had an issue with Prince of Darkness. Fundamentally understands the totality of the Christian God and anti-outside time. There is no anti-God. And it's a horror movie. Don't question it. It's just meant to be Satan. Jed's fucking with you Hero Hey stuff. Dude's last community pick was him deadlifting. Not gonna lie. Clock's ticking on him. Yeah, give it a few months. He'll be gulping Troonshine. What's the pipeline? If you have a feminine-looking VTuber rig and you are a dude, you will eventually troon out. Annoying Orange hasn't seen a video since 15 years ago. Wait, oh, wait, Merryweather isn't gay. I always thought he was a flamboyantly gay dude. Definitely acts like it. And Orange Guy finally found a way to be even more annoying. Always starts as a joke, but then slowly has an effect on the person. Yeah. Human brain is scary. Don't paint your nails in fat, chat. That's how it starts. Exactly. Remember when Annoying Orange made a video on how to get to the deep web? Okay, but hear me now, or not because the link's broken. Damn it, Coco. Internet pipelines create severe consequences for the human race. Alright. Here, I'm going to turn the whale off so we can just listen to the actual music. Mayweather and Knudsen are just European. Only reaction learning about this curse is to borrow the phrase of the Canon Rockmore. Why? Orange went trans? Yeah. Deep Web, what is this, 2012? Yeah. Just avoid being terminally online in a Coomer and you won't turn out that simple. Yeah, you'd be amazed. Also an SFM maker called Coward Trick Media. Ugh. I'd watch the EVE Online video, but it's 6 hours. I guess I'll never know. The whole reason it's 6 hours because it's full of like stories and like famous stuff from EVE. People like those long videos because it gives them background noise when they do other shit. Issue of the internet is in its current stage is allowing weirdos to feel seen rather than accepting they might be a little weird and trying not to be. Yeah. Gachimushi can reverse the intrusive thoughts. Yeah. Apparently Danebo turned out too. Yeah, annoying orange guy. That's who he is. Which makes me sad. I liked his videos back in the day. It's like, you know, you're a kid and you're on YouTube and it's like, oh wow, someone's making these cool little short films full of like, you know, like violence and stuff. That's interesting. You can imagine all the celebrities who were calling Trump orange referring to the orange. You just watch the Mandalore gaming video on EVE Online if you give a shit about the game. Yeah. Yeah. You liked Annoying Orange? I didn't like Annoying Orange that much. I mean, when you're like... trying to think. I was around maybe 12, 13 when that was going on, so I watched a little bit of it. But no, I like Danebo's actual channel, because he would do like little shorts showing off like special effects stuff, and it'd be more in-depth short films other than then. It's just the fact Annoying Orange fucking blew up and got popular. But now I watch guys like Will McDaniel, who does like short films, like special effects and stuff. Because it gives you that little bit of hope that there are creative people out there on YouTube, and it's great. Justin, for $5, there a video explaining the VTuber trans pipeline. If not, do a video essay on it. Kirsch talked about it on her stream like yesterday. That's on Shane Gillis, funny guy. I haven't watched anything. Remember classic Smosh and Papa Franku? Yeah, classic Smosh is the one that you know you're old, because, like, Jesus Christ, I remember those motherfuckers. Ollie is still so young. Yeah, right? There's some people talk about how some people who are hearing me talk about how I feel old, and they're going like, motherfucker, I remember on the time where there was no YouTube. We had fucking Tom Green to watch. No, fuck off, 13-year-old. Fuck off, no 13-year-old likes Annoying Orange. That shit's for 6-year-olds. The actual, like, older videos of Annoying Orange were stuff you put on for background noise. Later on, after, like, Cartoon Network got involved with that, it was 100% for babies. Like, 100%. Best day, Danebo did other stuff before then, so it still kind of had that old style spirit to it. But yeah, post the Cartoon Network thing, actually leading up to and after the Cartoon Network thing, it is just 100% for kids. And hell, I was gone way after that part. I've been following Rikeda's downfall. I have seen stuff about it. Yeah, it's not great. Ever notice how Trump is the most culturally black president ever? That explains all the racism against him. You know, they refuse to let a nigga be the president. It ain't right. It ain't right. All right, we're restarting the queue. We're back in the bad times. We're back in the dark times. Does the pipeline theory also apply to female streamers reverse trap models? If so, we might want to keep an eye on. Oh. I don't think so. I've never heard of a case of that. Put on the Baldo. You're now remembering Tobuscus without the Annoying Orange show. Yeah, right? Trump is going to be put on house arrest and a black circle will be completed. You ever heard about King Moxu OF? I don't know, kind of bummed me out. I've never heard of that. Why would a female use a male model to give him less money? It's reverse trap, so the joke is trying to convince you they're a dude, but very obviously a chick. Yaoi girls are going pooner because they assume men are like yaoi boys with big hands. I never understood that. Like, apparently yaoi shit in particular is really bad with anatomy because they keep emphasizing the hands, and it's like, I don't understand. What's with the hands? Oh, yes, Rin Penrose. Yeah. Or Naoto from P4. I mean, it is a common trope. I mean, hell, and especially in Japan, there's a shitload of reverse traps in Japan. I mean, hell, they're part of the reason why that term even exists. In fact, I think they're just the reason it exists like that. Big, meaty claws. Pooner thing comes off as very unsettling, peering into the psychology of some of these FTMs. Remember a F to M VTuber to a drunk stream and said, I wish I was a real man? No, you don't. You very much don't. It don't matter. None of this matters. There are girls that look like dudes in Japan. No, it's part of their media. So, to explain the history of reverse traps, as far as I'm aware, it started off with a Shakespeare story that famously was adapted into an Amanda Bynes movie where she played soccer. And somehow Shakespeare was involved there. I forgot. But the idea is it's like the Mulan thing. It's dressing up as a man in order to accomplish some goal. Japan really, really likes that trope, and I think there's outright some legends that still revolve around that. And it's now influenced anime to where occasionally you can have a twist in like a comedy series or something like that, where you find out one of the male characters, quote unquote, is actually a girl. Because they just like that trope. I guess now to the secret D cups, yeah, right? Motherfuckers are critical being shocked about Epstein's new name list as if it's actually brand new info. Yeah, right? It's like, fucks that matters. It's gonna be a censored list anyway. Diego Torres for $2. Lolly, who's the best sergeant in all fiction? Sergeant Johnson. Just because, like, the actor they got for Sergeant Johnson's great. I forgot the name of the movie, but had Helena Bonham Carter. Not enough to make you forget she's English. Sexy no Jutsu? Sexy no Jutsu is not really that. The Gamera anime did this, or I wasn't paying attention. Reverse trap's a real thing. I mean, it's quite literally just women posing as men. Speaking of reverse trap, thoughts on Blue Eye Samurai? No fucking spoilers. I haven't watched it yet, motherfucker. Do you prefer reverse traps or tomboys? It comes down to it comes down to how they are used. Excuse you dissing Gunnery Sergeant Hartman, but he's not just a sergeant. He's a gunny. Plus, Nato has that seductively deep voice. Anna Graves did an amazing job. She did good. She did good. She had a ton of hentai with a tag. Yeah. Woman posing as a man to be a soldier. Yeah. Or on High School Host Club. That too. Yeah. Like, Host Club is probably, like, the most famous anime with exactly that trope, because that's literally the whole point of it. Reverse traps and tomboys aren't mutually exclusive. A lot of time they aren't, because they make a point of, because the woman is a tomboy, they are able to pose as a dude. Oh yeah, Anna Graves is an Oron. Yeah, the Persona cast in a shitload of anime. We know the cues are getting bad. We're talking about fucking reverse traps in anime. Johnson's a sergeant major, not a sergeant. Ah, okay. See, when you get technical, this shit matters. What's the difference between a sergeant and gunnery sergeant? Gunnery sergeant's above a regular sergeant. It's effectively a woman showing a misplaced but honorable sense of virtue most times. I'm sorry, Kanji, but Nato got me acting strange. I'm reverse trapping. I'll have her on host club. I mean, it quite literally is the point of it. Sergeant's like an E5 and gunnery's like an E7. Yeah. Got some volumes of Sword of the Immortal. I like how almost every death is prevented as mosaics. Oh, yeah. Sword of the Immortal is fucking classic. How long until Naoto's trans starts to appear? My brother in Christ. You have no idea. Johnson hugging the elite at the end of Halo Combat Evolved would never not be hilarious. Oh, yeah. Women think men are emotional as them when in reality men literally value very few people. Yeah. Well, that's where you really do see a difference. Like, obviously, when you speak in generalities, there will always be generalities. You know, individual examples will supersede generalities every fucking time because that's the way it works. But when you actually look at, like, it's especially good, you know, to branch out with your tastes and watch stuff made by different people, because you do understand the differences between how, like, men and women tell stories. I know we were just talking about Fullmetal Alchemist, but once again, she is kind of an example to that. The chick who writes Fullmetal is kind of an example of that. Even then, it has some moments where you can kind of see it dipping into it. But on average, a shoujo manga, very emotion-driven, very, very much about, like, social standing and how important it is to fit in, and small slights can turn into massive fucking events later. It is not uncommon at all for a chick to say one thing to another chick, and now that chick wants to kill her for the rest of her life, that kind of thing. Guy-written stories tend to be a lot more, not so much logic-driven, but just more of addressing the fact that, like, you are a person in a larger world, and you cannot always be the main character. Once again, generalities. There will always be generalities. There will always be exceptions. We're not talking about exceptions right now. The whole idea behind it is male-written stories are typically about people who just don't fit in, and the whole point of it is you don't have to fit in. You don't have to fit in because sometimes fitting in is not what you want to do, and it's wrong. That's where you're going to have stuff where you're rebelling against society, rebelling against a group, people trying to self-improve because it's like, hey, I want to do this because I believe I can get it done, that kind of thing. You know, it's very individual. You know, I want to be the hero in the story type deal. Crash Band for $1, 2003 Scar or Brotherhood manga Scar? Brotherhood. Zodiac for $1. Do you have any recommendations on where to find PS2 games for emulators? There are entire abandonware sites. Like, My Abandonware for one. But be careful, a lot of them do have malware. Thoughts on women who make their boyfriends cross-dress? Have some self-respect. Have some self-respect and put the woman in line. Handsome girl trope, cool, athletic, taller than other girls, short hair, very popular among female girls. Term for them is prince, similar to reverse trap, but not exactly the same. Yeah, that's where Monthly Shoujo Nozaki had that. Oh, thank God. Yeah, that specifically had one of those characters, and she was one of the best characters, not gonna lie. I'm so not generalized about it, but typically women are more caring. Wouldn't really say caring, but there is an emphasis on, once again, emotional, we want to fit in, all this kind of thing. And some people, that speaks to them a lot.
You should never have come here, warrior of light.
Hey, Shiva.
They labor only to forge a lasting peace. A peace you would deny us out of ignorance and blind faith. No matter
Empathetic. We're talking about fiction, so take that into account. Do you know any women writers who break that rule? I'm curious. As to a chick who writes Fullmetal Alchemist, Amy Hennig, there are absolutely exceptions. When you speak in generalities, you address the fact they are generalities. Reckon there's a comic about a reverse trap falling for a trap? More than likely. As to there are very famous tropes in Japan. Another great song coming up. God bless Soken. Oh yeah. And the thing is, this lady is actually really cool. Isal is such a great girl. She is. She is a really good person. She's just stuck in a horrible situation. I think my androgynous boyfriend's an example of such a premise. Yeah. Is there a story of two incels falling in love? I don't know. Wait, didn't you kill Shiva and the rest of the gods earlier in the game? You can resummon them over and over again, and she is different. Also, I don't think we fought Shiva yet. We fought other gods, but we have not fought Shiva. She's really cool. Is Ice Lady. But yeah, no. This Shiva is different. There is actually a lot that goes on with her. Alright. Now I gotta pay attention. I'm playing with people. Damn, she's thick. Oh, yeah. Come on. Ah. Shiva got nice hips. Yeah. Can women be funny? As stated, there will always be an example of anything. Like funny women, yeah, there's a ton of funny female comedians. A lot of people point to Dolly Parton. She was pretty damn funny when she did comedy. Now she's just kind of like doing her thing. She mainly just does her country singing. Come on. Kick my ass. Shiva is breedable. LA is a theme park. Yeah. Very, very successful woman. For good reason. Everyone in the South loves her. The only funny woman is my mom. There you go. Get those good boy points. Your thoughts on the flirting with homies trend? I literally think it's believe it's dudes who are fed up with women testing the waters with their bros. Oh yeah. Like there is a difference between like, okay, if you're friends with anybody or have family that's in like military of any kind, you know their sense of humor is extremely fucked, and they will make any gay joke known to man just because they think it's funny. So there's that. Then you have the stuff where it's just flat out like, nah, you are just gay. She stepped on my head. She stepped on my head. MILF or tomboys? Tomboy MILF. The best one. Okay, this song is pretty fucking good. Step on me, mommy. Oh shit. Get away from me. Where'd you go step on, bunny? Tomboy MILF, you mean soccer mom? Kinda. Alright, we kick Shiva's ass. Alright. There we go. There we go. Gyaro MILF's better than Tomboy MILFs. Gyara's are pretty good. FF14 having a good soundtrack again. Oh yeah, 14 has amazing music. Remember to do it with the homies. Busty or flat Tomboy? Busty. A woman's worth is you know, proven by her chest size, as said by that one anime about the titty ninjas. I forgot the name of it.
Blind bloody fool.
What's your main favorite job in this game? My actual main is a Dark Knight, and I love Dark Knights just because Berserk. I am an egregious with that one.
All people should understand
Anyone in a field where people die can have a morbid sense of humor. I worked in a few clinical settings. We joke about patients. Oh yeah. What titty ninja anime? I forgot the name. I think it's like Manyu. One where literally it's about stealing other chicks' tits.
Cause.
So, like the Undead Unlock Girl. Yeah, there you go.
You fight
Teen Ninja, but I'm gonna need that title. Alright, I'll look it up.
A pawn of liars and schemers. And they are no less ignorant than you, following the creed of their fathers without question, never thinking to ask why. Trapped in a delusion of their own creation and blind to the truth.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, Manu Hikancho. Yeah. Or Hikancho.
Warrior of light, redemption is not beyond us.
Hard disagree there. Flash Justice, Opie is truth. Thick thighs are the American way. I've gotten to the loop reveal and Undead Unlock, or are you an anime only? Right now, I'm anime only. I'm gonna start the manga, but I'm busy with a lot of other stuff. Level 89 Dark Knight Relic Armor looks so badass and it's fucking free. I can't wait till I get to it.
Do not squander.
I won't lie, growing up in South America in my early childhood shaped my sense of humor. Oh yeah. So many evil women could have been turned good with a good dicking. Lady Iceheart is not evil. That is something that you will see when we get to Heaven's Word. She is explicitly not evil. We actually did just get in her way. However, she underestimated the pettiness of the situation. She fucks dragons. She does in fact fuck dragons. Manuel Hikancho is about a chick with massive tits who fights other women to make her boobs even massiver. Yeah. As God intended.
And so the vessel withdraws. A predictable outcome.
Naruto creator is a bad person. Can he turn the hot, busty tomboy ninja into a fat secretary in Boruto? Aren't you playing Stormblood? That is my main. On my main, I'm in Stormblood. The stream character we have here, we are just getting to Heaven's Ward. You understand how much I could fix her. Actually, man, a reverse trap in real life was a Jap girl I still hung out with to this day and was the last person to realize, oh, it's a girl. I'm kind of retarded, aren't I? I could have just been the autism. There are actual, like... So, obviously in Japan you have hostess clubs, which are guys hang out with a bunch of chicks and all that and have a good time and drink. Women have their own with host clubs, which is a bunch of pretty boys. There are host clubs in Japan that are actually technically hostess clubs where it's women dressing up as men. It is an actual thing. And it's just kind of like a gimmick bar where basically you just go hang out, you know. It is a host club, but still, you know what I mean. Goth tomboys or regular tomboys? I like regular. Goth is not bad, but regular, there's a charm. Don't stick your dick in crazy. Evil women are crazy. Alright, we'll just fly there. To the whale. There's a Buster Girl bar in Japan. Yeah, all the clubs have like their own gimmicks. They kind of have to because they're all very competitive. Can I offer you an egg in these trying times? One of my aunts was a reverse trap. I don't believe you. Do you think host club with female, male-looking club is one real dude? It'd be really funny. It'd be like Dale working at Hooters. Dragon fucking is the fantasy equivalent of dog fucking. No, because the dragons in Final Fantasy, especially in 14, are sentient. So it's mainly just like, really? Him? Really? You gonna pick him? Fuck you. Thought. Seg162, $5. Don't stick your wiener in crazy. Learn to speak faster than Mach 3 next time. Eh. 2003 to 4, Malgoth Tomboy GF or Deep South Jesus Freak Desert Storm Militia Mommy Tomboy GF. Cousin's wife won a bodybuilding competition in Japan. Hopes that she was the only one competing due to everyone else pulling out for reasons. So she poisoned everybody, right? So the dragons in 14 are sentient. Toru proves. When we get to Heaven's Ward, you will see it. But yes, they are sentient. How many tags is 2 tags? If it's more than 7. I always draw the line at 7. And you have to be very careful with those 7. So hang out with the boys who aren't boys. Yeah. Would you ever work at a host club? You get paid to talk to women? God, no. Because, I mean, it's basically girlfriend experience streaming shit, but you're right next to the person, and they can follow you when you leave. Favorite Monster Girl and preferred ratio mix? I always like the Onis. The Onis are usually pretty good. And my standpoint will always be, there is a line. They have to look more human than monster. Host Club is basically rent-a-girlfriend IRL. Yeah, I mean, it's directly, like, the rent-a-girlfriend thing is just host clubs, but you can, like, have them for the whole day. Women in host clubs are 10 out of 10. Women chat of desperate women with no boyfriend. Tall busty or short busty tomboy? Tall. You ever heard of manga called Murcielago? I have not. My friend was telling me there's a service now where girls will play games with you online. Yeah. One of the more wholesome stories was a guy kept using a rent-a-girlfriend app just so he can have someone to play Yu-Gi-Oh with, and they ended up connecting so well that they got married and now they have a kid. Spider women, Oni, and dragon women are peak. I do not like spiders. That carries over even to the anime style. They freak me out. Host club equals parasocial gathering. Quite literally. Tall, slender, and busty. Good contrast. Yeah. Murcielago is insane, very gory, along the lines of Hellsing, but lesbian. Okay. Could be dope. Could be dope. Yu-Gi-Oh! Guy's winning at life. He really is. Snake ladies better than spider ladies. Yeah, Lamias are okay. Remember the story of a hot Jap model meeting her husband at an arcade? Should have been me, not him. I go the Monster Musume style mentor girls myself. They are not bad. Also, Tio. Tio and Monster Musume is the best. I want to fuck the snake. But yeah, we are really not that far off from Heaven's Board, because, like, we already fought Lady Iceheart. We are now in the region where Heaven's Board happens. And we are learning about the war. Tolkien made the spider demon of his mythology the literal incarnation of hunger that eats life itself out of hunger pangs and could eat light to create unlight. And it was a woman. Curious. Have you ever had someone throw spiders at you while sleeping? If they did, I would shoot them. Because fuck you. Spider ladies have the exaggerated swagger of a young black man. You ever played Sparks the Electric Jester? Heard a lot of good things about it. I have not. Did you fuck Smith in Monster Musume? Agent Lady, she's not bad. She's not my favorite, though. She's kind of basic. But I do like the fact she's crazy. You're forgetting the peak that is bogeys living 6-foot teddy bears that hug you and help you fall asleep. That sounds fucking creepy.
From what we have now learned of these beings, I can say with certainty that we would have lost a great many men had the Scions not intervened.
Then the argument for preemptive action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against Nutalon.
Ere we first met, a similar proposal was tabled, but the Holy See decreed that we were to observe, and that military action should be taken only in self-defense. All things considered, it was
Thoughts on
not
Giantess?
an unreasonable decision.
No comment.
Since the calamity, 2 vigils have fallen to the Horde, while
you not liking Ragnaria is as bad take as your Orihime is better than Rukia take? It's not Orihime is better than Rukia, it's that Rukia works better as a little sister.
Which is why this unprecedented
What about Zambina, the zombie chick? Will you fuck her? That sounds scary.
change in policy.
It's like, I'd be afraid she'd fall to pieces while you're fucking her. Or where she bites you and then it's like, you turn into a zombie. That sounds awful.
Not until now. And there is naught like a brush with death.
What's up with the Wednesday stream? Estee, tomorrow, I'm going to be hanging out with buddies. And we're going to be hanging out for a bit and more than likely going to be drinking. So, doing it tonight just to make sure we get to it. Your silence speaks volumes. Silence means many words. Means like yeah, as you guys said, I do have a shirt. Yeah, I do have the shirt.
The scions shall be compensated for their service.
All undead off the menu. Depends on the style of undead.
We should be grateful for any aid.
Vampire chicks can be pretty good.
As a gesture of good faith, I shall withdraw.
Zambina is not built for back shots.
Your people are doubtless needed elsewhere.
It's not falling to pieces in Onoho vocation. I don't think Zambina would bite you or even turn you. There's always the risk. There is always the risk.
I see. Once more, I must thank you.
How much money would you need to have a mad scientist dissect your balls? There would never be enough money for that.
Truly believe that Midgard-Zoma could return?
How about werewolf woman?
The heavens are a window.
That'd be something to where I'm like, that would really depend on the chick and the story.
Are not infallible. I requested your involvement.
I mean, they can be pretty good. There was the one manga about the delinquent girl that was like an exorcist and fought monsters. And there was a werewolf girl in that, and she was pretty good. But that was because she was a tomboy. Like dark-skinned tomboy and played into that, so it's like...
Ishgard is not wont to aid its neighbors, but that does not preclude it from manipulating them.
Ever hear about Welcome to Eltingville? I've not.
Choose your next words carefully.
Would you fuck the Dualahan, Lala and Monster Musume? I thought she was fun. Like the Chuniboyo Dualahan, she was fun.
Do you know what sort of
Werewolf like in Wolf Girl? No, like werewolf. Like full moon she would turn into a werewolf.
One who comes from good stock.
Wait, Lolly, there's a reverse trap Monster Musume. It's the Drake girl. Yeah, Estee, it's a very famous trope over there. You play golf? I do not like officially play golf, but I've been to like Top Golf before, and that's been fun. Apparently, Sonic the Wrath of Nizo got content again. I don't know what that is.
A troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south.
We are so glad to be of use to you.
Zambina is more of a Frankenstein monster than Romero zombie. I don't think she can turn you. I think they flat out did say she was infected and became a zombie.
Official arrangement, lest we forget. One born of necessity. The dragons grow more restless by the day, and the heretics harry us nigh without cease. We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance.
Eltington had an Adult Swim pilot born out of a 90s super comic fan, 3 friends who despise each other. It's a dark comedy and they do hate each other. Was that the one with the clip where they're like screaming at each other in the comic shop and everyone's using it as like memes about internet culture? Because I have seen that one.
Perseverance on our part, they may yet be made to see the light. Nevertheless, one must take care when
We all know Lolly would want to fuck the Oni. There are multiple styles of Oni girl, and they're usually all pretty good.
Wise words, Sir Emmerich. I shall make a point to remember them.
Yeah, it is that one. Yeah, the clip I saw was alright.
Apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope it will not sour our good.
She turned a little girl with the help of Lala in the comics so she would not die of her terminal illness.
Not at all. You but spoke from the heart. I trust you understand that at times my duties may prevent.
What about Angry Hornet Girl? I don't remember her.
On such occasions, my second in command will speak for me.
What about Headless Reaper Girl? Would you tap? That's Lala, and that's the Chuniboyo Dualahan.
Pray excuse our reticence. We are but wary of speaking too freely, lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies.
Oni Girl, man, I'm getting Yuna and the Hot Springs good etchy vibes.
For the sake of Ishgard and of
Yeah, but Zambina had to like insert a whole tooth into a little girl to turn her.
can put aside their differences.
Would you fuck a Lalafell? No.
Those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future.
Should aught befall one of our shipments, pray inform Lucia immediately. You may also
What about the werewolf girl's cute tomboy, mommy milkers, white skin or tan skin, built like Mikasa from AOT? That's the delinquent girl exorcist one I talked about. That's her. Dark skin, big tits, like, that's her.
Suffice it to say, I trust her completely and so
What about the big ogre girls called Tionishis? Well, isn't that just Tio from Monster Musume? Like, she's one of those?
Lord Orshafon, if you would be so kind.
Certainly.
Which Japanese gods would you fuck? You don't want to fuck any of them because they will do horrible things to you. Japanese gods are pretty fucking mean at times.
Mayhap this will go some way to
Even fucking Kaguya like has that famous story where she like fucked over everybody that tried to you know, suit her.
As our interrogation of the merchant you detained.
Sir
How about the Darkness Centaur? No horse legs.
Thank you enough.
Think nothing of it. Ishgard may be many things, but it is no friend to Garlemald.
Did I not tell you to have faith, my friend?
You wouldn't bang Izanami's decaying maggot-infested vagina? No, not particularly. Cough. Ami no Uzume. Cough. It'll make your balls explode just to be funny. Oh, come on, the horse is loyal. No horse legs. I have very specific rules. It at least has to mimic a woman more than it does a monster or an animal. Alright. You don't want a centaur with human legs, believe me. Just have it be like the Ume Musume girls. They look more like people. Would you fuck a girl that can turn into a dragon? I don't know. Is it like Final Fantasy where it's just they can do the weird transformation thing? Because like, who really cares at that point? Yeah, Tio is the one I'm talking about from Monster Musume. Yeah, she's good. She's a good character.
Words cannot well express how glad I am to see you return to us hale and whole. Needless to say, I am
Ume Musume girls are horse girls, not centaurs. Yeah, I don't like centaurs.
Assuming you're ready to speak of it.
Loli's scared of horse vagina. I have no interest in fucking a horse.
Excellent. I shall summon the others.
I did not realize this was a hot take. No, I do not desire to fuck a horse. Jack comes to like 95 to 90% girl than monster. Yeah. You ever get in the background myth of Tolkien's world? His vision of Heracles suplexes Mega Satan and a guy uses a laser beam to kill a dragon bigger than evil Mount Everest. I have not.
Master Louis Soir's writings make no mention of such a possibility. Can we be certain this entity was a primal?
As certain as we can be that good King Mogulmog the 12th was a primal, I should think. Both were ostensibly summoned.
Let's not quibble over definitions. Of more concern.
I hope in stream I have no interest in fucking a horse. Yeah, right?
Her will, even after she was possessed.
Would you crawl through a cave filled with harmless spiders to save a friend in need? No. Because I'd never get near a cave. If you got near a cave, it's because I told you not to get near that cave.
That easy, can it? There must be some sort of sacrifice required. Or maybe she's just special?
If you're on the internet and not fucking a kid or a horse, you are in the minority. Sad days. Sad days.
I know not, but full sure am I that she was groomed for this role. Few are privy to the secrets of summoning, and but a single party standeth to profit.
Come on, chat, stop acting weird. I'm reading manga and using Lolly as background noise. Do not want to hear that weird shit. I have noticed last several streams lately have devolved into what stream and into what chat wanted to fuck, and I'm starting to be worried that the full moon is affecting people.
Strange as it all sounds, it's really no different from what you faced before. Then mayhap it is time that we re-examined our previous encounters.
Pack your things.
You know it's somewhere in your blood you're southern? No! If you get near that cave, it's because you're told not to get near that cave. And all Southerners know, if someone tells you not to get near that cave, you don't go near that fucking cave.
About Iceheart's final words to you. Hear,
Tits or ass tits.
feel, think. Heidelin speaks to her as well. If Iceheart is blessed with the power of the Echo, she will doubtless have used it to further her goals. Or could it be that it was a revelation granted her by the Echo?
The night time is the right time. The night time is the right time.
She did say
I heard about it Nutty Putty in Utah. Fuck that. Yeah, right?
Do you think she has knowledge of the origins of the Ishgardian-Dravanian War?
And petite girls are like to fuck. Yeah, I mean, if a woman is pretty, she is pretty. That's how it works.
Did not the Lady Iceheart implore thee to seek the Keeper of the Lake? And did she not imply that in so doing thou wouldst come to see with eyes unclouded?
Midgard Zoma was
As a text on Love Cave Exploring, I can't do it. I'm too claustrophobic.
But he is dead and his wisdom lost to the ages. Unless the Ishgardians' fears are well founded.
Well, was a little kid you know and crying for help, would you go then? I'd stand outside and call the police.
For a mercy, we are well
I do the smart thing because the police have equipment.
Iceheart, Shiva.
Really like Minfilia's outfit. I like Minfilia. She's just a positive person.
I shudder to think how they're all connected.
Hell, dum-dums forget Wendigoon and Sand Cave? Yeah, right? Would you rather explore space or deep sea? Assuming we are at, like, ideal future technology, definitely space. Because, like, every single piece of space fiction is able to make ships that are, like, usable and comfortable. I mean, hell, Star Trek, they just outright turn them into fucking luxury ships. Deep sea, every single time, even in, like, future media where it's supposed to be in the future, the fucking compounds and complexes and ships they use are utilitarian as fuck, because anything goes wrong, everyone dies horribly. It's like, yeah, a little bit of like, nah, I'd rather go into space. Space at least has planets with hot alien babes. Yeah. That's on tentacles. I mean, they're scary. Why when someone gets stuck in a cave full of spiders? Nope, not worth the risk. Sorry, but you're gonna have to die for my pride. It's also because I'd be like, hey, don't you go near that cave right now. Time to play my banjo outside like that hillbilly. Thoth81 for $10. Probably my favorite MMORPG due to the writing and characters. Combat was decent. By the way, seasteading will be good prep for space migration. Man, the same principles apply. Yeah. 14 is really, really good. This is like one of the only... I think this is probably the only MMO where I have consistently played it. Long past the point where any other MMO, I would drop it and be like, oh yeah, I put some time into that, then I forgot. What's worse girl to get into, horse or octopus? Neither are particularly good, but horse, as stated, you can go with not Monster Musume, Ume Musume girls, where they're just human girls, but they have like ears and the tail. Octopus, even if you want to go with like more reasonable versions, it always ends bad. Unless you want to go with that squid girl from that one anime where the tentacles were her hair, and she made all the squid puns. Oh, he's the guy playing the banjo, though. Tours gets eviscerated. I mean, a girl that likes horses or octopus. If she likes octopus, that means she just likes sea creatures in general. To which case, you know what? That'd be pretty cool. Be like a diver GF, like the one anime, I think it was like Grand Blue, where it's about the people who are into diving, which has some pretty good women in it. Horses, you get like farm girls. Then you're always wondering, did she fuck that horse? And the worst part is, you will never, ever, ever have a consistent answer. Would you go to a steampunk plant full of cosplaying babes and their king there is that woman who is Turk and Tarzan? That's such a specific situation, I just assume you're shilling a book. In which case, I'm not reading your book. Grand Blue is hilarious. Love the insane otaku guy. I like Grand Blue. The worst girl is Cuttlefish Monster Girl GF. Look up what male cuttlefish do. What about the octopus girl from Interspecies Reviewers? Yeah, she scares me. I don't like tentacles. Would you let some rednecks go full deliverance on you for 900 million? No. That's a test by God to see if you fall for it. If you fall for it, you've let greed take over your life and you will never get the money. Read this book. It's about a detective and it was made by a father. I think his son's a YouTuber. He got drunk. Like, my dad got drunk one night and was like, hey, I'm thinking about writing a sequel to that book. And I'm like, you're still not going to do the shit I told you to do and, like, actually promote your first book. So, no, I don't care. There we go. What's your dad's book called? He named it something so fucking generic, I legitimately forgot what it was called. We have not talked about that book in fucking years. We have not talked about that book in so long that when he told me he was writing a sequel to it, I forgot that he wrote one in the first place. His dad's book good? Shota read it and he liked it. It's the fact that he never fucking promoted it. Nightlife? I think it was called that. I'm not even sure anymore. Dox yourself, tell us about the book. As stated, I forgot all about it. I forgot all about it specifically because I got super pissed off because, like, okay, I will tell the story about it because I still remember the, I still remember the lead up around the book and all that. So my dad and a buddy of his from the army wanted to write a book together. And my dad ended up doing most of the work because his buddy was kind of like, he wanted to write a book in the way that, like, you talk about it on a weekend, then you forget all about it after you write some notes down. That kind of shit. But my dad actually stuck with it and finished it. The problem is he still, like, wanted to stay loyal to his buddy's vision, quote unquote, which involved the title, and the title is generic as fuck. So it's a thing where I kept telling him over and over again, like, hey, have an alternate title, have an alternate title. And he would never listen to me, even though, like, I would tell people about, like, what the alternate title was, and everyone I told it to was like, you know what, that's just better, that's just better. Obviously the book flopped because it has a horrible title, had a generic as fuck cover, all this shit. And he got super depressed because, like, man, the book went nowhere, and it's like, because you didn't fucking listen to me. And I got so pissed off about that. I was like, all right, either get shit or get off the pot. Are you gonna fucking promote this thing or not? Because, shocker, it's not gonna be an overnight success. You put work into it to make sure it's seen by people. Nightlife Revelations. Yeah, some shit like that, yeah. I forget why he left chat. I just had to help my grandpa get into the house from hospital. Responsibility sucks, yeah. My god, there's like a dozen Knife Life books. Yeah, and it's purely because it was the working title his buddy came up with. And he's like, well, I mean, that's the only tie they really has left with the book and all that. It's like, dude, fuck him. He didn't help you. Come up with a better fucking title. It's the first title you thought of, like, as you were coming up with it. You can change that shit. Like, for the first few years when that book came out, I was begging him just to give me his fucking Amazon information so I could change the title. Like, literally begging him, and he just wouldn't. So I was like, alright, fine. Fuck it. Let your book flop. I don't give a fuck. Would you fuck Celine from Devilman? No. Never fuck any of the demon girls from Devilman. Ends horribly. Didn't your dad try to be a YouTuber too? That was another case of idea they came up with on the weekend. Now him and another buddy of his is talking about starting a crime scene cleanup business. Harjas Dewal for 40 fake months. Hi Lolly, big fan. A video on Disco Elysium one day. Might be coming closer than you think. Feel bad for artistic. Look for nightlife book in order to dox Lolly. He didn't use his real name on it, so it's not like that big of a deal. You think faster than the speed of love would be better? Crime scene cleanup? Yes. Literally going to crime scenes and cleaning up after them. So like dead bodies and suicides. Like I sat in the car when he was on the phone with a buddy of his as we were driving to the bank. And he was talking about the idea. And I wanted so bad to just look at him and say, you're not going to fucking do that. Not as a sense of you're not allowed to do that. More the sense of you're not going to go through with that. Sir Alish for $1. Lolly, would you or would you not fuck Shota if he was a gal this whole time? No. Get the full moon out of your head right now. Like a James serial cleaner.
At least $50.
There is legitimate, actual, legal crime scene cleanup stuff. I mean, it's an actual thing. Is your dad an Ed and Eddie character? He gets excited about like get rich quick schemes, and he's one of those where if it doesn't work in the first week, he tends to kind of throw his hands and say, fuck it, it didn't work. And it gets really frustrating because it's like, hey, if you actually put effort into this, it will work. Because, I mean, you know, my dad went to college for like English. You know, he dropped out, but he did good at the time when he was there and actually learned a lot of shit. He just dropped out because he just wanted to party and didn't give a fuck. But he still learned a lot of shit, and a lot of the people who read his book, who were like objective and didn't care if they hurt his feelings, said it was good. The problem is he didn't want to fucking promote it, and he chose the worst marketing ever for it. Because he gets those ideas in his head, and you try to talk to him about it and be like, dude, this will work if you just go with this. And he's just like, no, I can't do that because X reason. It's kind of self-sabotage in a way. And it is kind of frustrating when, like, me and my mom are the exact opposite, where we get ideas, we go through with it. Like, we'll sign the contract on, like, the first day because we were just thinking about it then. You should write a manga comedy about your dad. Is your dad literally Danny Boy from Only Fools and Horses British TV show? A lot of artistic people are really bad at marketing themselves. Yeah, he is a creative dude.
One of the East Aldenard trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while.
When Lolly collab with his dad. No joke. So like when my dad came up with the idea of him starting a YouTube channel with his buddy, he specifically talked to me. It's like, hey, I think you'd be really good on like this podcast we want to do together. You know, because you like a lot of movie stuff and you're really good with that. And this was around the time the channel was like getting past 100,000. And I legit had to bite my lip and go, yeah, I don't know. YouTube sounds kind of hard though. Be fair, art's part of the process. Need connections and shit. It's part of the process, but you know you're working from ground up, so you just work from the ground up from there. You know what I mean? It's like the idea is you constantly work at it, and you acknowledge that maybe something's not working out, and you go to change it. Like a big part of what kind of separates people who will from people who won't is the fact you're willing to look at what's not working and then actually try to fix that, you know? Any fun mom story? Trying to think. Your parents don't know about all this? They do not. They think I edit videos for other people. Come on, help your old man out. I don't want to give up my identity just yet. If I make like 5 figures off this, then I'm at that point of like, hey, at that point, that's basically fuck you money. Because you just feed that into an investment account, it'll just balloon from there, so. Stop being an asshole and start the podcast. The problem is, he's not going to fucking stick with it. That's the problem. It's like, you know, it's like, okay, motherfucker, if you're not gonna help, you are not gonna help. On my lolly face reveals still hundreds of thousands of dollars away. Yeah. Where I know you're quitting reviews, Shadow. Yeah. I have 16 dub or sub. Dub. I love the dub in 16. It's so good. Imagine your dad falls through and stumbles upon your channel asking to collaborate with you, not realizing. I know making YouTube a family can do more harm than good. Oh yeah, it's like, how boomer is your dad? He legit grew up in the 60s, 70s. So just after boomer. Green Down Ranger for 10 fake mice. My friend wrote a book, but instead generic and disjointed and written with such fantastical purple prose, and unfortunately makes me think the main character is schizophrenic. Yeah.
We shall begin as soon as everyone is assembled.
Your family must never know about your homoerotic relationship with Shota. Not to be insulting, but I don't want you to do a face reveal like the mystery behind who, what you actually look like. Yeah.
My thanks for coming.
Do I know your identity, Mr. Heart of Darkness author? Yeah, Joseph Conrad.
By now,
He's gonna be like, hey, there's no TheAlmightyLoli guy who sounds just like you. I've legit, like, I've hooked my Bluetooth up to their car when we're, like, on drives or something. Like, you know, we're driving down to Florida. And it's accidentally played part of one of my videos before. And I shut it off. And I've realized they do not know what I sound like when I'm recorded. So, I never thought I sounded different, but they just don't seem to click.
In addition to Orosite's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength.
If I'm going to do an elevator pitch for anything, if I made, I'm going to immediately say, don't read it because there's still some that are probably better than mine. Don't do like that. If you're going to make something, have the confidence to say, no, fuck you, I made it. That's when Lolly pulls out the 44. You can't hide from what you did in the Congo. How do I save my bro from Persona Twitter? At that point, like, you constantly tell stories about him. I think he's just fucked.
Soul may be permanently undone if smitten by a sufficiently concentrated burst.
I bet you look like Vosh. I hope I don't look like Vosh.
The only trouble is
what video was it? It was just random ones. Because I will listen through videos I've done to make sure, like, hey, this video kind of crackles, this does this.
Our sole clue lieth in thy struggle with La Habrea.
Same, I needed something I said in a video for history reference. My own parents didn't realize it was me. I had the video playing while I was talking. Our audio does change your real life voice. Yeah, it could be that. Better share your name with a famous person. We find your real name is John Wayne. Fuck. Yeah.
Admittedly, your victory proved ephemeral, as La Habrea was able to use a crystal of darkness to flee into the space.
Face reveal is actually a 4-foot little office lady with a voice changer, so like Tenma.
The fact remains, however, that Heidelin placed the means to destroy.
I like not seeing a face of a person I like seeing the face of people I don't like. Is this fucking weird? Yeah. Would you consider your most fun stream of Shota? That's hard. There's some pretty fucking good ones. Yakuza 0 ones were usually really good. There's some where like we are in tears laughing, and those are always the best ones.
That is all well and good, but it seems to me that
you think male redheads are crazy like the chicks? They can be. Sims 1's Kino. Sims 1 was pretty damn good. That was really fun. That was really funny. Plan to watch South Park, not suitable for children special. Do you think that would be any good? Yeah, I plan on watching it. I've caught up with pretty much every special they've put out, so like, you know.
The stone won't hold ether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then, sorry to say.
Skyrim 1 was very funny. Skyrim 1 was funny. Fallout 4 1 was funny. Pedo Rant goes undefeated in the laugh department. Yeah. Gorilla Meltdown was crazy. Yeah, Five Nights at Freddy's 1 was fun. What's the fastest you boot up for a game on stream? It's usually these. Like Final Fantasy, because I usually just want to get straight into it.
And I could do with some help. Orianger, why don't you
as a male redhead, I'm just saying that I'm pretty boring and kind of annoying to talk to, but because I don't respond a lot. Did you finally watch the Venture Bros movie? Yeah, it was not bad. I definitely see what people meant where it had to wrap up a ton of story arcs in a very short amount of time. But it was good. It was good. Wait, there was a FNAF stream? Yeah. We streamed Five Nights at Freddy's.
So you're basically alone there then? Well, that settles it.
It's the longest you took? I don't remember. Have you watched Psycho Gorman? I have not, but I have seen clips about it. It looks alright. Need for Speed stream was also good. That is best racist.
You will recall that a survey party was dispatched to investigate
Johnny Silverhand meme while watching Nostalgia Critic movies.
What they discovered was troubling to say the least. According to the report, The Isle has
Southern
been
Yu-Gi-Oh
erased
stream
from
was funny.
existence.
Yeah.
'Twas as if a hole had been torn in the very fabric of reality.
Like when you and Jonah made jokes about porn tags at the end of Fear and Hunger and Party Boat streams.
Endeth not with the isle's disappearance. It hath come to light that a number of
Remember the NTR dad and girlfriend rant? Yeah.
were reported missing at a similar junction.
They have you on record saying you look like Quentin Reviews. Yeah.
What's more, they all
That's
have
what I
something in
assume.
common with the head of the students of Baldessian. Every last
Only
one
my
of
hope
them
is I have more
such
bass to my
evidence
voice, because
of
I do drink and I do smoke.
Or the rejoining, as the ancient texts call it. I'll be damned if that's a coincidence.
It's
All
a
indications
doorknob.
suggest
Turn the
accident
fucking
involvement.
door.
But I sense that a force greater still is
I've
at
seen
work.
Berserk Redux. It was fun. Never got
Entity
how
of the
someone
dark
can just
dreams
watch anime
of
and never read
one
manga for
true
Berserk.
God.
Redux. That was the fan edit of the
We must
97 anime and the
pray that
movies.
my dear friend
Yeah,
Kyle
because
be
Memorial Edition was the one
conscious
with
and
wounds and all that.
If she bore witness to the Isle of Val's final moments, she may be
How often
able
do
to
you
shed
drink?
some light on
Usually
this
when I'm out with the
mystery.
bros. Think you're thin? No, nowhere near as I'm supposed to be. So you're depressed, got it. Not even that. You can drink and smoke without being depressed. Because I smoke cigars. Because they give you class. Ups your testosterone. Sort of. Remember the Writer's Outhouse rant in the Super Robot War stream? Wendigoon writing the Stalker movie on the shitter, looking at the trailer, he may have failed the trial. I've not seen the trailer yet. I assume it's going to be a fun enough little fan movie. Yesterday's stream was a big contender due to the staple VTuber. How often do you smoke? Not very. Like, I try not to do it too much because it is legitimately unhealthy. So I do it like once a month or so.
She also answered to a higher authority in Garlemald. But this
Who's the strongest or weakest among you and your friends? Probably Weed Bro. Weed Bro's a big dude. You smoke cigars, not ciggies, right? I mean, I did smoke cigarettes in Japan with Weed Bro, just because, like, hey, we can say we smoke cigarettes in Japan.
We believe a number of high-ranking figures within the royal household were against the
My sister actually got me into cigars. Funny enough, she's into steampunk too. Oh, yeah, people that vape fags. I never had any problem against vape. My brother vapes, so cigars are pretty awesome. Only Cuban. Problem is, Cubans are expensive. Ironically, the Mori moment made me respond in primal fear. Oh, the horse audio, yeah.
To all intents and purposes, the Meteor Project had
You try the weird ones? No, we just smoked menthols because they were in the vending machine.
decisive means to eliminate the primals.
What do you do when you have overly sharp teeth? Brush your teeth.
Stumbled upon the ultima weapon.
Are you and any of your friends fat? Estate, I'm not as healthy as I should be. I plan on ordering like a little mini treadmill to walk on while I'm playing Vidya. Because I can just put like, you know, my phone on some kind of video behind me. Walk on the treadmill while playing like Yakuza or something.
Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more primals emerge to bleed the land.
Got a bottle of sake for Christmas. Turns out you're not supposed to drink it like shots. Shit. No, it's rice wine.
War of conquest in earnest.
Your brother making any horse noises with it? You talking about vape? No. Menthol's you black? No, it was in the vending machine.
One who stood higher in the Imperial Army's chain of
Treadmills, walk outside. It's free, fat boy. Yeah, but I can get shit done while I'm inside and using it.
the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14
You only stoked for $5? Excuse me, we only stand for the military industrial complex and big tobacco here.
bid to bring Van Belsar
Not convinced you look like Oxhorn.
the agent he had planted in Ulda prior to the calamity.
So you're supposed to drink sake. It's rice wine. You drink it like wine.
A man who outranks Van Belsar.
I could lose weight and really at the same time I wonder how some niggas can be 300 pounds. Yeah.
This could only be the former High Legatus of the Carlian army, now known as Emperor Voris Galvus. So he was why he was true.
Gotta heat the sake and gobble it up slowly, preferably with seafood. Yeah.
But one of
Get weights and turns much of that fat into muscle. Yeah.
learned that even as
And New Year's is coming up, so, you know, start some New Year's resolutions.
she sold imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea. In so doing,
Peach flavored sake is good. We had the plum wine. The plum wine they sold at the convenience stores. Those were usually pretty good.
profit from war, it isn't hard to imagine who
What's better, a home gym or a regular gym? The gym you're willing to use.
consider her services to Van Belsar and the new Emperor as separate.
I usually drink sake from the bottle, same with whiskeys.
These pieces seem to fit. One aspect of the puzzle remains.
Use the boxing bag often. Not as much as I like. Not recently, because you know holiday stuff kind of got in the way of a lot of shit. But I definitely plan on starting it up using it again. Because as stated, New Year's comes, New Year's resolutions. You gotta guilt yourself into trying to change your ways. You know what I mean? But I have not used it all month. Really want to go to the gym, but too nervous to ask just how much it costs per session. Just like, yeah, like Intoki said, just do it. Any exercise diet works, you just need to do it. Yeah.
Not a pleasant task, I grant you.
That's one of the reasons why I've been buying a lot more Gatorades recently. It's not particularly the best option for you because they're fucking shitloads of sodium and also carbohydrates, which, you know, not amazing. But at least it's different from sodas. You can kind of wean yourself off one bit at a time. Because I'm going to go from, like, Gatorades to, like, Powerades or something like that where it's not as much sugars.
Keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them.
Would you rather have Raider voice or TV face? Carbs, you need to use them. If you want to get healthy, a big aspect of losing weight is cutting out carbs. That Gatorade's bad if you ain't sweating and moving. Yeah. New Year's resolution: study Japanese on Anki and Link, and each 40 minutes every day to learn. Yeah, there you go.
And with that, I take my leave.
Bet you drink red Gatorade. No, it's the Glacier Cherry. Can't do energy drinks at all. Should go with 0-calorie option. Normal Gatorade is much sugar soda. Yeah, it's not great.
All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Huayu? How could you side with...
Personally, I kind of don't trust the no sugar stuff, but that's my opinion. Also, drink fucking lemon water if you can't stand the taste of normal water.
Land and give naught in return, who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve.
Had a mate who was really fat, as in 2 seats on a plane big. Saw him recently, lost shit ton of weight, like lighter than me. Did not see that coming. It's always possible if you're willing to put the effort in. A new buddy at my workplace calls me Aniki from time to time. How odd. How much do you weigh? I don't know. I haven't stepped on a scale in a while. Just got a lemon, squeeze into your water, and that's it. Excited for Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. From what I've seen, it looks like a really fun RPG. I have not seen anything about it.
I shall have no further need of you this day.
Approximate? I don't fucking know, man. Is it 300? No. Thankfully, I'm nowhere near boogie territory. Mainly because I don't eat too much. Like, I usually only eat one meal per day. Now I have a sense of like I'm intentionally fasting just kind of the fact that that's just what I eat. Anything else is like a small bag of chips or something like that, which I also should cut out or at least switch to something like rice cakes or something, but you know what I mean. What the fuck, one meal? Yeah. Eat one meal, you don't have to worry about the rest of the day.
But the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other.
420? Nah. Teaspoon of salt in your water to sate your appetite and cut back on eating. Yeah. Oh shit, it's the cutscene.
If this bickering is a threat to law,
You're gonna die. Nah.
do not have grounds to dissolve the syndicate.
Boogie 600, I peaked at 350 and I have to say never looked like Boogie, never got round. I don't know what the fuck these dudes are doing to themselves. Yeah, right? No lunch? No. Rice cakes? I like rice cakes. Cut the carbs, focus on eating, drinking 1,500 a day, walk 15 to 30 minutes daily, and get a 10-pound arm weight. Yeah. Remember, Loli, no Japanese hag wants to stay a fat boy. That's all motivation you need. Exactly.
It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right.
Mary Lip has got it going on. She really does. Rocked again women or something else. Doesn't that fuck with your insulin levels and cause diabetes? No. Only if you do it wrong. That's if you eat a shit ton before you go to sleep. Because at that point, your body will process it as basically sugars. Because you're not using that energy. But if you pick a time in like the middle of the day and you eat and you're still doing stuff, your body's burning it.
some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped.
Breakfast isn't the most important meal of the day. It depends on what you eat with it.
Take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve. In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Uldar whole.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the immortal flame.
At the point where I have maybe 2 meals tops, breakfast, then dinner, maybe a snack like a granola bar or rice cake. Mostly just one meal, typically sometime beef and veggies. Yeah.
Breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will
I eat like twice a day, really 3. Yeah. My mom does the intermittent fasting thing where she eats like every 24 hours, something like that. And she has actually done very, very well on that. Like she used to be like she used to be above 200 and getting close to 300. Now she's down to like 150.
We are to resist their might. Our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation.
You cut off snacks, just have a meal. Oh yeah, I know. And I'm fully aware the snacks thing is self-defeating, but you know.
The true wealth of Uldar lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas.
Who would think when you use a lot of energy, your body will burn a lot of energy as opposed to when you're resting? Yeah. Fasting is a good way to cut off some foods and restart your body's metabolism. Yeah, basically.
Claim to represent the best interests of the people, but in sooth they desire only to manipulate.
I used to weigh only like 100 pounds 2 years ago after bulking, working out, and now 150, a lot healthier. Yeah. Smoke cigarettes. Make sure to keep a consistent sleep schedule. Helps your health. Yeah, right? Like, the exact thing I'm having problems with. Triggers like cocaine at times. It really can be. It is very insidious.
My friends, it was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here.
Look at us, and every man is Papa John eating 40 pizzas in a month. Yeah, right? I'd kill somebody if I was forced to do that.
As the last monarch in the line of Uld,
Drink black coffee with the cigarettes. Do you even pay attention to this story? Oh yeah, I know what's this is building up to, so that's why I'm talking over it.
the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Uldar.
Your Grace, are you certain of this?
Thanks cigarettes I never need to eat. I'm gonna starve that tapeworm.
There is no other way. When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic.
Papa John's a god among men if he can eat 40 pizzas a month and not die. That's gotta be an exaggeration. Oh, the voice acting played so straight. Oh, and it gets a million times better come the expansions. Like, the actors are just good. Do I use the heavy bag, or do you just throw arm punches? I know how to use it, yeah. Put a cigarette on your arm whenever you have a craving. It'll definitely help not having cravings. And stick to your diet regimen. I know that works. Problem with the heavy bags, I need to order sand because I used water for it and it's not heavy enough. It likes to wobble around. So I'm gonna get some sandbags and fill it up. I'm gonna do that come January. Just cause fuck it, you know. Time of New Year's resolutions. Or why you tell me what the fuck you? Oh no. Okay. To even start the next quest, we've got to do dungeons. Alright. So this is going to be entertaining. Yeah. So, dungeon requirement, Bowl of Embers, Naval, Howling Eye. Okay. This is going to be interesting. Cucked by the game. I hit the wall. This hard version still scroll down. Yeah, I know. Well, here. This is all it really has at the moment, because I think we need to go and unlock them. So I'm going to look up real quick how to get the unlocks. Eh. Yeah, it's like one of the first results when you start typing it in. Yeah. Alright, problem is now this is just... Okay. Just use soda cans, weight equipment, works great for Christian. So is it literally just do Bowl of Embers again? Because it's not giving me... Oh, there it is. I was fucking blind. There we go. Want to see you do a deep dive into Cyrax first? All I know about him is he's a white trash dude. So at the moment, it's like, and until something comes out that like definitively establishes him as like someone worth paying attention to. Just be careful how you fill the back, because Sag could turn the bottom half into solid rock. Yeah. The big thing is like finding a position for it where you won't ever really have to mess with it or move it. Because we do use the backyard for other stuff, so you know. Shouldn't take as long to queue up since people still farm those. That's good to hear. Alright, I'm going to stand on top of the wall here. He became a VTuber for like a day. Yeah, everyone's fucking buying rigs. That's one of the reasons I don't want to buy a rig. I don't want to seem like I'm riding a trend. They're actually for people that want to know about Christian, but less fun and less incest. Oh yeah, how long are we betting until Christian's back to doing horrendous shit? I don't know. It does make you wonder. He still thinks he's a pony goddess. New locales are boring. They are definitely acquired tastes. Whatever happened to the comic you're making? One of the guys involved had like a fucking mental breakdown and just wanted out of it. And it's like, this was already on top of issues where we were all kind of struggling to figure out what our roles are. And there were some communication problems. The artist, a guy by the name of Sai, who's still involved with the channel, still a cool dude. He was dealing with a lot of real life shit at the time. So it just was wrong time to try that shit. Wrong time to try that shit. Oh, I'm making a comic? No, Aste, this was an attempt that just didn't work out because of multiple factors. It was one of those cases of like divine intervention saying, homie, this is just not going to happen. Eventually, I will come back to it, but Aste, that's going to be a lot later. How do I get my cats to lose weight? One's lazy and scared of everything. He hides most of the time. The other one just wants to be fed and will steal others' food. Some cats just don't want to be physical. They want to be lazy. I mean, I guess just like get them toys or something that will get them excited and run around, but you know. What was the comic about? The idea was it would have been kind of a really over-the-top version of kind of Ghost in the Shell, kind of, not really RoboCop, but that kind of like Paul Verhoeven, very over-the-top logic. And it would have been about like a pop idol that gets killed in a terrorist attack and gets uploaded to like a military-grade cyborg body. So she tries to go after the people that killed her. Is I the only art bro remaining? No. No, there's a bunch of art bros in the server. They're still doing stuff. There's one dude who is making his own webcomic shit. I gotta get his name. He's like Rust. Building a gym is expensive, but never ever have to pay again after you build it. Memberships are technically cheaper over time, but you gotta go actually, or you're wasting money. Oh yeah. Sounds fucking badass. Shame it never happened. As stated, it was just bad time when we tried it. I will eventually come back to it, but it has to be in a position where I feel like, yeah, I can get this done. Everyone's posting nugget porn in the Discord. I'm now confused. Sounds like a cool concept. I thought it sounded cool. Because that state, I wanted to be like a tribute to like Ghost in the Shell. Because obviously, main character would basically just be kind of a more psychotic version of Kusanagi. Stuff like that. Cyberpunk, you know, anime stuff. Rank my idea for a story. Serial killer becomes a vampire hunter as he finds more challenge fun in killing vampires than regular humans. You gotta have a main character that is in some way relatable, not just what you think sounds cool. I know it sounds ironic considering what I stated, but it is a thing where, like, asshole villain protagonists for the sake of it usually just end up being pretty cringy. Can't ever get time for it. Would it be okay with other people using the idea? Well, Sai right now, he's using it. He's doing his own version of it right now. Este, he's slow going at it because he's dealing with real life shit. He's having to move to Canada from Brazil, so there's a lot of shit he's taking care of, but he has gotten a start on it. And eventually, Este, I'll come together with him and be like, listen, we're going to iron this out and we're going to make it good. We are going to make it what we intended from the get-go, you know? Yeah, Rust's making his own Transformers webcomic because you can buy. I don't know how much it costs, but I don't have a link to it, but just search Transformers ripoff by Rusty. He's moving to Canada. He dumb. He wants out of Brazil. How would you rate Umi Shinonami out of 10? She's a Japanese model who builds Gunpla on YouTube in her underwear. Pretty hot, not gonna lie. Favorite mini local house would be Dylan Thomason's dumbass Cyclone comic. Now we're back to waiting in queues. The Immortal Demon. Trapped on Dang Sims, main character is a decent kind of asshole. Can relate to him, want to be left in peace. Yeah. Thing really like about the show, great taste in music. Yeah. I like Final Fantasy XIV music. It's really good. How dark is Side Skin? I don't know. I never saw the guy. I gotta do a shed and then have AI do it? No. I genuinely think it's fun to do creative stuff like that, you know? The reason I like doing YouTube is because I like tinkering with video shit. Ow. You know, because, like, why would I have a robot do it when the entire fun of this is just coming up with the idea yourself? And like, breaking it down into refined versions and thinking about what would work, making scenes in your head, that kind of thing. Forgot you're in a dead DC. Yeah, right. I have a great idea for a story, but my character's a rapist, but he hates himself. Also, he's super cool and OP. See? Where can I find the Discord link? If you donated on Patreon, it should have already came to you. If it did not already come to you, you can DM me and I can give you one real quick. There we go, I gotta update. Okay. Ugh. I'm not fucking the Nugget Woman. How am I gonna give her the pedigree? I have a story of a blue-collar guy getting dragged in a three-way war between monarchy, commies, and republic, and yesterday taking place in a post-war U.S., war-torn U.S. state. Could be alright. How long did it take you to figure out my comment was a joke? Not sure what you mean. I'm trying to help a guy out right now. Didn't know it was that kind of deal. Never mind. Oh, okay. That's why even things like AI even get attention. Hosters don't appreciate doing something because it's a goddamn fun thing to do and learn, like drawing. Yeah. Like, I'm not against using AI for ideas because a lot of it is like, okay, what would work or what would work, you know, for this next part or something like that. But it comes down to is like, why are you relying on a fucking robot to write the thing? The whole idea is it's you trying to express yourself. Like, I've had ideas for stuff before, you know? I've had ideas for stuff. Like, ever since I played Baldur's Gate 3, I had kind of an idea for a, kind of like a pulpy sort of fantasy, not quite light novel, but that sort of like serialized adventure story thing. Sort of like a Conan type thing. I thought it'd be pretty fun. You know, it's like main character goes around and gets into various shenanigans in a fantasy world and all that. And I had different ideas for said fantasy world, like, you know, the things like that where you come up with it in your head and you just think it sounds cool. Yeah, it's for fun for shit posts. Or porn. A lot of people use it for porn. She-Hulk kicks Conan. Sorta. Sorta. Like, the exact idea I had, and we are going to be waiting a long-ass time for this queue, so fuck it, I'll just explain it. The exact idea I had was, it would basically be... Let me find the right words for it. Not quite Jack Reacher, but similar style, where main character has goal they're going on, yet they're getting sidetracked in different side stuff along the way. And it would always be a through line, you know? So the idea would be, main character grows up under the tutelage of, like, a blacksmith, like is an orphan in fantasy world that grew up with blacksmith. Kind of like Godot raising Erica, you know, that kind of thing. And they're kind of comfortable living away from civilization in their little hut in the middle of the forest where they never really have to worry about anybody. Cliched. But yeah, the whole idea is they never have to worry about anybody. Main character is, learns how to forage and fight and all that from father figure. Shocker, father figure dies, and dies horribly. Like, she comes in one day to find him tortured to death, and the idea is he'd be, like, crucified to the wall with nails piercing all over his skin. And the idea is that would lead into, like, a Tulsa Dune style cult where there are these shadowy organizations, you know? And yeah, it is cliched stuff. It's pulpy fantasy, but that's the idea. Cliched. Yeah. The point is not the cliche. The point is the cliche fun. Last of Us 2 meets Lovecraft. No. Because it would never delve into revenge bad. It is like a very, very good thing to stop the bad guys. How high are you? I'm not. This is like brass tacks of, like, what I'm talking about. Cliche done right is good, yeah. Because the idea is you would learn more about it as it went on. And as stated, when you put it down on paper, it sounds cliched and like, well, this has been done a million times. It's about how it's used and if it's fun and if it leads to something then. You know what I mean? Because the idea would be first kind of story, I don't want to call it like book, but this is just kind of like, thing in my mind is it would focus on sort of a Reacher style plot, like introduction, where goes to a small village and discovers that there was a murder that happened right as they're arriving, and kind of delves into a lot of the culture of the village and like who exactly was the murdered lady, what was the motive for killing her, the circumstances around that. And the idea I had was it would be like a fake out where the main character, obviously, as stated, like learned from tutelage of her father, and father is meant to be like a badass. So like taught her about how to fight monsters, because obviously father would be a lot more involved in shit than you would think. So she finds what she thinks is evidence of a vampire attack. And the idea is now the entire village is scared shitless of vampires, but it might not be a vampire. Things like that, where there's ups, there's downs, there's little stakes. Thing I was kind of sitting on. Yeah. I gotta plug my phone in, it's almost dead. Sounds cool. Yeah. People shit on Isom for being too generic, and I think about the cliche was just not done well in it. Still have respect for Eric and for being a good dude. Yeah. Well, there's a ton of comics where they start off and like they have rocky beginnings. Like the best way someone described it is it's not about the first issue that comes out. It's about the issues after that get good. People only care about the first issue of Spider-Man in retrospect because of the beginning of the story. It's what happens after the fact and the big moments when you're already invested. You know what I mean? And there's stakes. Yeah. Is it dumb to write a story that's a rewrite of a story you don't like? I've been thinking about concepts of characters in hell based off has-been. Just don't make it too obvious that you're remaking it, and it's fine, yeah. Fun to make up story for assholes for survive a strange nightmare fog. Points they're not assholes to each other, they're suffering for past sins. Yeah, like Silent Hill. Spoiler twist, the blacksmith tortured and nailed himself to the wall and blamed it on the Jews. No. The idea is it would be a cult known as like The name I came up with them is like the Brotherhood of the Spike, and they worship a god that wants to impale Earth. If anyone use media literacy unironically know that they cannot identify evil and try to see good while being stabbed by a junkie. Well, it's also just a pretentious way of saying, well, I got it. Clearly you don't. They make the obvious mistake a lot of fanfic writers do. Yeah. What are we waiting for? We are waiting on a queue. We're waiting on a queue because we have to do multiple dungeons back to back. This is gonna suck. I'll just make some short pulp stories. That's what I'm thinking of. Like, these would be short little introductory things to get you into a larger setting, you know? Kind of like what The Witcher started off as, where it'd be tiny little short stories. It's not fair considering when Stan Lee made Spider-Man, he was already experienced making comics. But you get my point. The introduction of the hero is only remembered in retrospect. It's the big moments that sell you on why they're cool that you then later go back and appreciate the beginning. So you tell me my idea, people have stolen those before, and I'm already halfway through writing the first draft of the light novel. Eh. Brotherhood of the Pegged. So the protagonist of your story, Red Sonja, or just female Conan? It'd be like Red Sonja, yeah. It'd be a thing where kind of play into, once again, the whole, like, oh, everyone thinks they're dumb, but they're actually a lot smarter than they look. Only in the sense of very, very blunt personality and just kind of wants to trust people. And that can lead them into being manipulated. Remember, promoted, don't end up like your dad. Impaled with their long Jew nose, yeah. Well, like, I already thought about, like, what the cult's end goal is, and basically it's, freeing one of the kings of hell. And the idea is it would be covered in spikes, and, like, everywhere it'd walk, it'd be covered in spikes. So it'd literally be like walking, it'd be like a walking sort of silhouette of a person made out of, like, spikes or broken glass. That's what I thought, because I thought that sounded cool. I had a story that was essentially Mandy and Silent Hill with the protagonist wanting revenge on a cult, chasing him to town and getting suckered into paranormal hell shit. Yeah, that's Silent Hill 3. Sounds like it. Like penance armor? No, it's like directly like... It is more spike than people. I was taking inspiration from Elric there, Lolly. I don't know anything about Elric. I just thought the idea of like a walking pile of broken glass that's like jutting out sounded cool. Blaming it on vampires. Vampire biggest weakness being impaled through the heart. The idea is like a later story would actually be a vampire, and they would make fun of... It would make fun of the fact the protagonist thought the entity in the first story would have been a vampire. Sounds edgy. Hehe. Have you read Opus by Satoshi Kon, creator versus creation kind of story, final manga he did before directing Perfect Blue? That sounds really cool. Makes my skin crawl, good idea. Yeah. Like I said, I like the idea. So he's walking spikes. It is literally the god of spikes. Yes. There's an obvious motif. Like, I was thinking a way that, like, the cult members could identify each other, because they're supposed to be a shadow organization, is they have a necklace that's just a golden nail. Story's already shit, has no diversity or BIPOC. Elric was mentioned. Who the fuck let Racer Fist in here? Ellie has Young you ever bought How to Draw Manga book? No. Like, I never had any interest in drawing. I always hated drawing. You have a chance to box who you box and beat up Hassan H. Bomber guy, or that guy who said Cenobites are not evil. All of them. On the rooftop. Yakuza style. Is his dick a spike? Every inch of the man is spikes. That's why I was saying, like, the father is like is crucified to the wall, because obviously spikes in the wrists and the legs, and like every inch of his skin is like covered in like God, you know like porcupine spikes, kind of like that. It's like that, and it's jutting through every piece of him. So like it's piercing bits of skin together, and like his face is like is stretched back because in the back of his head he's got like a samurai knot, but it's one big spike. Which spike is the biggest spike in the body? That is the question. I can't escape from Sonic! Got an idea for a story about twins in the post-apocalyptic. One's a sociopath, the other's an angry lunatic on a revenge quest against the cartel for killing their parents. Could be alright. Kind of like a sisters, brothers type deal. Sounds like a screwed up walking cactus. That is the idea. The middle fingers. Sounds very phallic. It's not really meant to have penis imagery. It's meant to be like you fell into a pile of cactus or a bunch of broken glass. Nail around neck so they're Catholic. I didn't really see it in that way. The idea is it's just meant to be like a nail, because spikes. Speaking of pulp stores, actually working on one right now, so we're a prequel to my main project. Oh, that's interesting. Needle scene from Saw 2. That'd be a good way to look at it, yeah. But yeah, I had ideas like one story would be Este, the murder one, where you see main characters not as dumb as they look. And that one would be a fake out where the build-up would be they think it's a vampire and the whole village is scared of vampire. But main character knows the test that can prove it's not a vampire, and they want to make sure before they declare it. Fuck it. Why am I even hiding spoilers for this? So fucking the idea is it opens up kind of like Lost Children, where main character is walking through forest and finds a bunch of bandits that are about to steal a kid and like sell him into slavery, that kind of thing. She kills them, and they go back to the village and they find out about the murder. So then you get a moment where you kind of get introduced to everybody. The kid is the son of the murdered victim, and he ran off because he's trying to find his mother who went missing. Then the town find the body in the middle of the woods. Perfectly fine. Seems like no wounds on the body, anything like that. But she's naked, so they believe she might have been like raped out in the woods or something like that. As they inspect the body, these are a bunch of farm villagers. They don't actually know how to conduct a homicide investigation. They're just going off what they're seeing. Main character finds 2 marks on the neck, like a vampire bit her. So that kind of sparks the panic of, oh shit, this might be a vampire, meaning if one lady dies here, there's going to be others. And unless we make absolutely sure, the vampires will come. And like the idea is whenever you are bit by a vampire and like killed by one, you will turn into one if they want you to. You know, it's the classic case of like they'll either bite to kill or bite to turn. Whether or not you're a virgin doesn't really matter. In fact, that's like a myth spread by the church because it's not like an intentional thing by the church. There's a lot of conflicting history on how to fight vampires. So the church believes it only affects virgins. Meanwhile, the actual truth is anybody can if the vampire wants it. So the thing is, main character knows the actual lore behind the vampire is basically, and it's going to be kind of like just a tasty little bit of like, I guess, spiritual horror. Your game crash is frozen. It's not frozen. It's just we are waiting on this queue. We are waiting so fucking long. Wouldn't the church want it so it's not a virgin? It's not that they want it. It's that they think that's how that works. The church is not inherently evil. They're just operating off information like anybody else. The church believes only virgins will turn into a vampire. Anyone else will just, you're damned to hell. Meanwhile, the truth is, if the vampire wants you to be one, you're going to be one. So, the idea is, vampires, when they consume somebody, taint your soul. So that when you die, after they kill you or what have you, or they just drain you so much you die of lack of blood, you go to heaven to be judged, and if they find your soul is tainted, you are sent down to hell, but because you are considered an unnatural death because a vampire killed you, you are sent back to Earth as a vampire. So it's basic undead thing of heaven rejects you and hell rejects you, so you have no choice but Earth. So the idea is the way you can tell if it's a vampire is the night the victim dies, they will rise out of their grave. And it specifically has to be the grave, because there's a lot of emphasis on giving people proper burials, because that's the only way you can rest. You know, like a big punishment is just throwing somebody into a pile of corpses and not even burying them and letting the animals eat at them, because you'll never be judged. So the idea is the main character knows this, but doesn't want to say it in front of everybody, because the kid is like, the idea is her and the kid end up getting pretty tight and being friends, so she doesn't want to traumatize the kid any more than he already is. So he's basically like, hey, I think the vampire will strike again, so everybody just wait in the village, I'll wait outside, because I can fuck a vampire up. Because the idea is like, yeah, it's like Conan, like Badass Monster Hunter, Red Sonja, that kind of thing. Obviously, a warrior people would look at and go, you can fuck a vampire up. So the idea is that night, she waits by the lady's grave after she's buried, but she never rises. Like, never rises, and like dawn's coming, and not once has she risen out of the grave. So that's kind of proof of, all right, so why didn't she turn into a vampire? And who would know how to fake a vampire attack? And from there, that's where the mystery kind of kicks off. So the idea is finding out who in the village would know what a vampire is, would know how to fake a vampire attack, and would go out of the way to kill this lady. I was asking for Northman tier shenanigans. Kana Mamoru Oshii also did a manga called Seraphim about 3 wise men. One of them a dog. Escorting a girl around China while a disease mutates people with angel wings. And hallucinations upon death. Khan was artist, Oshii was writer, lasting 17 chapters until permanent hiatus because creative differences. Huh. Sounds like a case from Burn Notice. Damn, that goes from 0 to 100 fast. Yeah. And obviously, like the actual case behind it would be, the idea is it would tease a lot of different bigger setups, but it's actually a lot more petty. So like, at first you have the vampire scare. The vampire scare kind of gets the village turned against the main character, because they basically go, hey, if a panic kicked off about a vampire, that could have ended really fucking badly, so go fuck yourself, screw you. Even though she was just operating off the information she had. You know, it's like, hey, dude, like, I thought it was a fucking vampire. And if there was even a 1% possibility it was a vampire, we had to make sure. So, now the whole village is scared, they don't know what to believe, and no one really knows what's going on. So the idea is you would have had multiple people at play. Guys, this is Lolly talking about a story idea? Yeah. Where the fuck else am I going to talk about it? Fuck you. So you have had multiple people at play, like, obviously the husband, because you always suspect the husband, even if you know they're not guilty, you always suspect them. And the idea is the husband is like just full on, he wants to kill somebody. Like, he wants to kill somebody. Like, I even had kind of an idea for a scene where she walks into the house and finds the husband like whittling down a steak, and it's the night after she finds out it's not a vampire, because it's like, hey, wait a minute, if she's not out of the grave, she's not one. So she goes and tells him, it's like, it's not a vampire, and he's still whittling the steak, and it's like, hey, I just said it's not a vampire. It's like, do you think the steak cares? Like, yeah, he's gonna use it on somebody. So the husband, there would have been kind of the outsider, you know, the village creep who's the pig farmer who lives far away from everybody. Everyone says he's a weirdo. He never talks to anybody. Obviously, you find out he's a more complicated guy. The idea is he would have been like a former soldier that was fucked over because he was used as like a fodder unit during a battle, and he's fucked up by it. He's got like a limp, and he just doesn't like anybody anymore. And the idea is, obviously, he would have been the creepy suspect of like, oh, well, he was always watching the victim, and everyone has a weird story about him and how he never stopped looking at the victim. Turns out it's because he's in love with her and he genuinely liked her, but you don't know that. After that, you have kind of the town doctor who who does he does stand out in the sense that he is also an outsider like the main character. And the idea is he is super nice, and he is an educated man who is trying to go from one end of the country to the other. He's trying to get to a big capital city, but his carriage broke down, and because there were bandits in the woods that main character helped kill, and now they're not letting anyone leave, and it's going to take a while for a carriage to come in. So he's kind of stuck there offering people medical services. That's on the big bad being cursed land, being the big bad, and being the big. I talk about stuff like the god is in the land, kind of like the last prayer. That can be pretty metal. Werewolf within. No, it wouldn't be a werewolf. It would be a human. But the idea is, it's very obvious Doctor killed her. Yeah, because the way I'm setting it up, it's like very obviously he killed her. But the idea is the Doctor would be genuinely trying to help the main character solve it. Because obviously the Doctor underestimates her and thinks she's an idiot. He's like, hey, you're just some dumb bimbo who came here and trying to fucking solve this. Fuck you. You don't know what you're doing. And the idea is, after they exhaust every lead, like they're interviewing everybody, trying to find stories, they just get hit with that wall. Like they get hit with a wall and are like, what the fuck? What do we do? There's no chance. We are screwed. It's over. It's so over. Lowest point. And main character's even considering just leaving because it's like, hey, every option I had to look into this, I fucked this up. You know, starting to think maybe she is as stupid as what people are saying. Is like, fuck, maybe whoever killed her is long gone. They could have just ran off into the woods, and who knows, that kind of thing. Well, obviously the son, who she becomes good friends with, gets pissy and is like, no, fuck you, you're gonna find out, and runs off into the woods because pissy hormonal kid who found out the person who promised to solve his mom's murder can't solve it. And obviously everyone panics to go help him. They find him after like a day straight in the woods during like cold rain, so he gets sick. And they bring him back to the doctor, who's like, okay, I'll take care of him. Well, a detail that I wanted to bring up was when they were looking at the body, you know, the body of the chick, main character notices some weird dust under her fingernails, kind of like she was like trying to like scratch at something or smack away something. Obviously, would have been it would have been stuff she got from defensive wounds fighting off the person trying to kill her. And the idea is, as she goes to take the kid to the doctor to help him and all that, doctor takes care of the kid. It seems like all's okay. It's like, oh, you know, we couldn't solve the murder, but at least the kid's gonna be fine, whatever. And then main character gets a peek into the doctor bag and finds a canister of like facial powder, kind of like the face powder a noble would wear to like a party or something like that. And obviously that just kind of clicks in her mind of like, you motherfucker. And obviously it's a small detail. And that white powder could be anything. Someone brought up cocaine. Cocaine would also be a good one. A noble drug where like, hey, what the fuck? Get yourself coked up and it's on your nose and she's smacking at your face. Something like that. I have a female MC. Red Sonja. You know, kind of like Conan, but with an Amazon chick. Let me do this, okay? Let me listen to this, okay? It's crucial to my artistic vision. So the idea is obviously the doctor killed her, and the revelation would be, and this would be pieced together throughout various interviews and all that. The victim was a former noble lady who ran off with her husband because she genuinely liked him, but the husband was a commoner. So they just said, fuck it, let's just run away, far away from any sort of nobility or social circle and just be together, and they were happy. The killer was part of the same social circle she was part of, in the sense of like, they lived in the same city, and he actually recognized her, and he was obsessed with her, and he's one of those actually elitist asshole nobles who thinks like commoners are just stupid pigs that he can use and what have you. He was only playing nice with the villagers because like he's stuck there, so he may as well play the part. So he was insulted at the idea of the chick running away with a commoner. When he saw her in the village with a son, he was like, you disgusting bitch. You never looked at me once, and yet you run off with this asshole? That kind of thing. Bjorkstalker? Kind of like a Bjorkstalker thing. And the idea is he used that to cover his face as kind of like a fuck you. Like he is just full blown twisted and is wearing the noble face powder as he killed her, as kind of like the last thing she'll see as she dies is him in the face powder, like what she never saw, that kind of thing. Little detail, boom, breaks the case. Yeah, stuff like that. And the ending is they want to be sure that it's him before they do anything. So, main character lady goes to the husband and goes to the pig farmer, because by the time this all happens, they are well aware the pig farmer's a good dude and he genuinely cared and all that. And they kind of make a plan of, all right, this guy thinks we're just a bunch of stupid hicks. Let's use that against him. So, main character lady, who is revealed to actually be literate and can write and read, writes a letter to him saying, "I know what you did. Meet me here." So, obviously, the guy freaks the fuck out. It's like, okay, who the fuck knows? Who's here? He doesn't suspect anybody because, as far as he's aware, everybody's just a bunch of dumb hicks. So he goes to meet at the meeting spot, and it turns out it's the three. And the idea is, obviously, they beat the shit out of him. Main character lady especially takes it hard because she liked the doctor guy in the sense of they would talk and they were friendly, and she genuinely believed that he was a good person trying to help. So a detail I was going to use for the doctor guy was he's scared of pigs. Like, he had a bad experience with pigs when he was a kid. There was like a servant or when they visited like a commoner farm, a pig got out and it traumatized him. So the idea is she throws him in the pig pen and he gets eaten alive by pigs as like an ultimate fuck you. And that'd be how it ends, with them feeding the killer to the pigs as kind of like one big colossal fuck you. Victorian industrial era or pre-industrial. It would have been like a mix. Some areas like really rural, like the village I'm talking about, full on pre-industrial. Like it basically be indistinguishable from like a village you'd see in Witcher 3. That's a good callback to Hannibal. I just think it's a metal. I think it's a metal ass death, getting eaten alive by pigs. Like, if you're gonna hate somebody, you're gonna fucking hate them. The tame pigs. Pigs will eat anything. If they're used to eating people, they will eat anything. Pigs are just waiting for dumbass to get horizontal on the ground for easier eating. Yeah, this is legit, very good. Hope you turn into something. I've been thinking about it, and that would have been the first story of it. The Q is the true monster. It really is. They had pork chops afterwards. Eat them alive? Yeah, it specifically has to be alive because it's the ultimate fuck you. You know, like, because obviously the doctor would have talked with the main character and talked about how he was scared of pigs. It would have served as foreshadowing. Also be foreshadowing in the sense that when he drops the mask, he refers to commoners as pigs. So, like, he hates and fears the common person because they can stand up against him. A little bit of an anti-authority message, I would say. So then they just feed him to the pigs. So the commoners are going to eat him since they eat the pigs. I mean, you're not going to get sick from it, as far as I'm aware. Remember seeing a pig try to eat a phone that fell into their pen? Yeah, they will eat anything. Yeah, throw a bleeding man to the pig pen. They'd eat him, especially if they haven't fed him in a while. Yeah. Even though it's different, your story kind of made me think of the Fearless Vampire Killers 1967 banger movie. I might check that out. That'd be interesting. That's some cask of Amontillado shit. Yeah. Sounds like some mob shit. It's supposed to be biblical punishment. Not so much fully biblical, but the idea is it's a good comeuppance. Like, you know, you treated this innocent woman who everyone only had good words to say about as like a pig, and now you will die like one. Well, thanks, Leon, to buy it whenever it comes out. Write that pulp. Yeah, like I said, I think it'd be fun. And I had ideas for other stories, like 7-foot Amazon woman is equal to God in biblical punishment. Would you box a pig in exchange for holding Casca's hand? I mean, he'll get pissed off, but he'll get over it. Pathologic 3. Pigs eat poop and people eat the pigs. It's a whole thing. Yeah. do you think of the Generation Kill Sign on Mars idea? The entire war started because Mars didn't want its economy fucked by Earth companies as well as other tensions. That's The Expanse. Self-published or aiming for some magazine like Iron Age? I just self-publish because I just do it for fun. It's not anything I'm trying to like turn into something. It's just an idea I have. Perfect way to show someone pure evil and not misunderstood. They kill someone pure for selfish reasons. Yeah, like it'd be blatant that once revealed the doctor's a psycho. Like he was obsessed with the victim and killed her purely because he was a piece of shit. And the idea is like he like strangled her to death and covered up the bruises with the face powder because once again, medieval people, they're not gonna know to look for that. With all this, will you get available to publish it? This is an idea I've just been sitting on. I haven't done anything with it. Are you getting cool presents for Xmas? My old lady got me all 4 issues of Bloodborne comic. Yeah, I got a little, it's like a jumper thing for your car. It's like a little battery pack. So if your car ever needs a jump start, I have that. That's super fucking useful. I have one of the Jack Reacher books as a group who lures in people who want to commit painless suicide, torture them for the highest bidder on the dark web, and feed their bodies to pigs. Yeah. Had Doc create the vampire mark. It's revealed at the very, very end, as he is dying and getting eaten by the pigs. The reason I brought up the necklace with the nail thing is because in the pig pen, somehow not eaten, is the golden nail necklace. So he drove the necklace into her neck to simulate vampire bites. And the main character gets super pissed off when she finds that, because it's confirmation that the guy was a member of the Brotherhood of Spikes, and she just killed the one lead she had in a while. Which is a lead into the next story where she decides to go to the city that he was trying to go to. What's the design of protag? I have not decided. All I know is it's Red Sonja style Amazonian lady, you know, kind of like a muscle mommy style thing, you know. You need to pick me up, you can attach it to your nipples. Yeah. See the new Beverly Hills Cop trailer? I didn't even know they're doing a new one. Check out Discord for the cool poster of the movie I mentioned. Yeah, I see it. It's actually pretty cool. Bloodborne with Sonya sounds like it. Yeah. Are you a Ryoko or Satsuki kind of guy from Kill la Kill? I like Ryoko. Ryoko's fun. Satsuki's just kind of a bitch until you get to the twist where she's not that bad. Yeah, there's so many characters designed. Your Baldur's Gate 3 protag novels characters, you keep the big hat supremacy. As stated, I got the idea of it after playing Baldur's Gate 3, where I'm like, you know what, I can do something with this. Just kind of like a fun stranger wanders into town type adventures. Very simple. Can you play the banjo? I cannot play any instrument. That man child in a Sonic cult wants to create a blue Sonic to fuck, so he takes victims and adds spikes to them. That's Chris Chan. Baldur's Gate 3 character, barbarian. Yeah, she's a barbarian. I say the idea is big brute of a character in the sense of like very blunt, very, very simple in how they talk and in principle. And obviously, you know, the fighting. But actually is a lot more clever than you would think. Absolutely love the old man. Just doesn't give a fuck even when the vamps are onto him. He just hates vampires so fucking much he forgets to fear them. Thoughts on Death of Stalin? It's very good. Very good. You like Karlach, Dan? I find her very annoying. I like Karlach. She has moments where she is a little too Reddit-y, but she's not bad. Would you rather know how to play guitar or piano? I'd say guitar. Never understand guys playing as chicks. Because you don't know how to make an attractive woman, that's why. Cheeky? It's not very cheeky. I say the vampire is a fake out. There would be a later situation where a vampire is real, and as stated, that'd be a case where they'd make fun of the fact that the main character got tricked in the first one. Bush or no bush on protag? I'll leave that up to audience interpretation. That can be a guy as a self-insert. Why would you self-insert? That's for queers. You don't have a motivation as a self-insert. You don't have a history as a self-insert. Chica, the dumbest red shirt villagers ever. And until the very end. Very end, they just killed everybody. Barbarian is Jun. How's the Twitch shit going? Still haven't touched it. Barbarian is a jungle. It's annoying to have my NC curse casually because he was based on my RTC teacher, who was need for an overall blunt and rough around the edges. You have to weave it into the dialogue. Can't just be him cursing for the sake of it. Shiki were dumb as hell. Because they genuinely didn't know what they could do. They were figuring out as they went along. Shiki is the ultimate reason why the Masquerade is a thing in Vampire the Masquerade. Sheldon Goodfellow for 10 fake monies. Hey, Lol, I'm a bit lost in life right now. Test for the army and bomb so hard on math, though, only let me be a cook. However, with all the upsides being military, I'll still go for it. Thoughts? Yeah, just be a fucking cook. Like, if you do good at your job, they'll let you do other stuff. Eh. I'd be interested in a movie that addresses the fact villagers are reasonably smart. Why would they immediately deduce the answer from their perspective? It makes no sense. Yeah. Like, will Red Sonja have a trio team in story? No. It'd be one main character, kind of like, as stated, Reacher, Conan style. We're just wandering from place to place. And rule to never turn a child into a vampire, too. Exactly. Every time I create a female character, it's always the same core features. Short, stack, and spark could definitely have a type. Yeah. Waiting so long. Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. Here, I'm gonna end it, and I'm gonna do it again. Because usually that does help. Really. Alright, let's try this again. That's on Death Stone. I stated, it's good. I liked it. It is a good movie. That's a name for a mortal female character. Emma Tull. Playing on the word immortal. Do not do puns. Do not do puns. Don't show yourself to be too competent. They give you all the jobs, no incentive. Yeah. That's to reclass to infantry once she gets hot enough. Yeah. I recently joined the same profession the MC was, and in the mouth of madness. How fucked am I? Insurance adjuster? You're fine. You're actually going to make a lot of money. What the fuck is up with the queue? This is a Realm Reborn patch quest, so there is not a lot of people doing these. Remember Kingdoms of Amalur? Yeah. Trio groups are good for stories. The reason so many popular shows have trio group. Yeah, but you gotta lead into that. And I'd rather focus on one definitive pro tag who carries most of the story. My boy Akira Toriyama can make carrot pun for Goku. Then I can use the same pun for my character. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Avoid it. Puns are tacky. Yeah. Speaking of the Masquerade, I once saw a guy on a forum that seemed to fail, though. What if you didn't eat today test? Because he kept saying that stupid vampires aren't real. You gotta start small with any story. That's what I mean. It's like that's why the thing I'm talking about is simple. It's just meant to be short and simple. You know? Like, I'm not aiming for it to be the longest thing ever. It's just meant to be a to the point. Like, you get the details you need, you get all the shit with it, and then it ends. And you have an ending that could be a cliffhanger if you want it to be, or it could just be definitive, and then main character went on to seek revenge. You know what I mean? Brevity is a soul of wit. Well, I stated, it's a thing where a lot of people tend to overstretch when they want to start off with shit like this. They tend to overstretch and they end up fucking themselves over because they burn themselves out. Because, I mean, it really is a muscle you gotta train. It's a muscle you gotta train, and if you don't put regulations on yourself, it's never gonna get done. You don't have to cover everything. You do not have to explain where they get their toothpicks. If you want to make a name, just make something that sounds cool, like Chuck Green, Bruce Wayne. You're not trying to create One Piece in the first try? Yeah, right? Even then, One Piece, when it started off, was very just, what chapter is he going to make up today? According to Mark Twain, the sequel to writing successfully is to cut off the unnecessary bits. Yeah. I don't know shit about writing, but it sounds good. Yeah, thank you. As stated, I will bat around in my head. I'll eventually come up with something for it. You can make an adventure game with that idea. And as stated, I want it to just be simple short story. Less cues of the highest of streaming really is. Character descriptions don't need to be wiki entries. Yeah. As stated, it's a thing where I think a lot of internet writing circles tend to fuck people over because they focus so hard on trying to one-up each other that they tend to forget that there is a beauty in simplicity. I mean, everyone talks about, like, Cormac McCarthy. He barely even puts, like, punctuation in a lot of his shit. But, you know, it's so fun to read, and there's such a hook to it that you just want to read it. So, that's kind of the way I started with it, where, like, hey, how does, like, every action manga start off? You know, how does like something like Reacher start off? Little self-contained standalone story where main character comes into interesting situation and solves interesting situation. Is it formulaic? Yes. Is it cliched? You can argue that. I don't care because I'm trying to get my foot on the ground in the first place. You know what I mean? I don't care about reinventing the wheel because right now I don't know what a goddamn wheel is. I have to say, as much as I enjoy some of the stuff he made, and especially respecting Adam West, I despise Seth MacFarlane for the damn smug know-it-all he acts. Yeah. Are D&D alignment charts for writing useful waste of time? I always thought it was a waste of time. Like, you can justify any action your character makes, you just have to be good at it. And just have common sense, where it's like, hey, is my character a rapist? Alright, so they're not evil. It's like, yeah, they're not evil. Oh, they do rape? They're evil. This is where the moral relativism argument, you got to get that out of your head. Or like, listen, there are good acts and there are bad acts. You stick with that. Anyone that tried to argue otherwise ended up making very, very confused, stupid stuff. You ever try to read canceled Chapter 1 manga? Yes. Standalones usually also are pretty good. In serious trouble, should I back out of the trip? It's your job. Just do it. Don't undersell yourself. In my opinion, story solid, but I hope you write this stuff down. I'm not underselling my stuff. It's not underselling. It's specifically putting rules on yourself so you don't bloat it up too much and end up burning yourself out. You keep it to that formula to make sure you can even follow the rules in the first place. You know what I mean? It's like, but before you start thinking you're the next, you're the next Walt Whitman or something like that, you got to make sure you even know what you're doing. My character a fucking monster? What kind of monster? Literal or the kind who fucks kids? Wait, when did I get into that territory? Yeah. You ever talk to this stuff to someone who fails the what if they test? Saw one. Yeah, Vampire Max. Yeah, you said this. Read my Stephen King book and notice he tends to give a summary of characters' life, hopes, and dreams, even if they're a one-time character who never appears later in the story. Yeah, I don't personally like that. I prefer learning as the story goes on. Even if it means retconning certain things, where some people go, well, of course they had to reveal that later, so the earlier thing makes sense. I'm fine with that, so long as it's entertaining and it works. Evil characters can be fun to write. Dexter wouldn't have become popular as a book series if it wasn't true. That is true, but you have to do it right. I've got drunk too much yesterday. Might get into a memento situation. Good rules to limit the word page count. Yeah, that's why I explained the synopsis of the story and why it sounds so short. Because the idea is it really would be like a simple like 8 sequence structure where you have the 8 sequences of give us the whale music. I will give you the whale music. There we go. One thing you want to do is create a book that grants passive income over time. Income's not really what I'm thinking about. It's just a fun idea. Here's some writing advice. Don't write child words. You seem like you're a Stephen King author. Yeah, right? Rules are the best way to accomplish something. Yeah, and once again, it's something to where you have to have those rules placed on yourself so then you can appreciate when you can break them. Half a damn hour. Honestly, we're getting close to over that. Ugh. Really like characters without names like the kid from Blood Meridian. As stated, though, you gotta know what you're doing before you can do stuff like that. Should a beginner writer start with active or passive main character? Always do active. Like, no one likes passive people. They gotta be active. They got to contribute in some way. Passive characters usually end up just being massive pussies, and no one likes that. To be fair to Stephen King, didn't write it during his coked up period? Yeah, that is true. I prefer Dean Koontz over Stephen King. Some people get into a knife fight with you over that. Been filling with a story of the main cast of 4 individuals who hate each other but forced to work together in a military environment. Sound good? Yeah, a lot of classics do stuff like that. Yeah. Like many manga MC passive as all fuck. Yeah, it's like, yeah. All passive characters are bad. I think Goku a passive character. Goku's the exact opposite of passive. He is very active. Blood Meridian took McCarthy 10 years to write. You're not McCarthy. Yeah, a lot of it is just accepting your limitations and going like, listen, how much are you really willing to type out? You know, because that leans into, once again, people love the idea of breaking the rules without even understanding what the rules are. It's like we are raised off the era of subversion, so all we know is subversion. Got any tips for writing chaotic neutral characters? Estate, throw out D&D alignment. D&D alignment does not help you. Do you know when the new Berserk chapter comes out? No. No, I have no idea. Are Boy Scout characters bad or boring? They're needed. I mean, as much as people don't like Boy Scout characters, they only don't like Boy Scout characters if they're being a dick and getting in the way of the plot. Superman's a good Boy Scout character, so when it works and Superman's allowed to be Superman, he's great. Everyone loves him. He's relatable. It's as stated, if he ever gets in the way of like killing off an evil character that does like horrendous things, nobody likes that shit. No one likes the moralizer. What defines a passive character setting takes place in school? Does that make them doing school stuff passive? Passive character is essentially very meek and just kind of lets the plot happen and they only react to it. Active people go out of their way to incite incidents and try to take action themselves. Oh, it doesn't have Link Studio Gaga. You should throw that up as a banner on stream. Yeah, right? Any favorite franchise you will die for except Berserk? I really like Gintama. Really like Gintama. Are you going to break the rules if you don't know what they are in the first place? Just shooting darts in the dark. Yeah. Did you read Blood on the Tracks? Think you'll like the characters and their development? I heard that was good. Active drives the story. Passive is your typical easy guy otaku who lets things drop in his lap. Yeah, it's like... Passive can do well, but it's a very specific story where they work. Let's go, Gintama peak. Gintama is indeed peak. What's Blood on the Tracks? If it's the one I'm thinking of, it's the manga where a kid realizes his mother is a violent psychopath. Are you excited for the new Dead Rising 1 remake? Yeah, there's rumors we're going to get Dead Rising 1 remake, which that would be pretty fucking good. That would be pretty fucking good. Alright, I'm going to open this up and see if we have any goodies. Gotta turn off the whale. Yeah. There we go. Damn it. They're gonna fuck it up, aren't they? I don't know. Some of the stuff that's leaked out, because there's a green text that's supposedly a bunch of the leaks. Sounds kind of interesting. Like, they're gonna go back to Willamette. Combo weapons are no longer gonna be a thing. It's basically gonna be Dead Rising 1 remake, as they literally. And they're gonna add new psychopaths. TJ Bertolo is coming back as Frank. It's like, this could be good. This could be really good. Is that real or just a leak? As stated, right now it's a leak. It is a leak. Which Gintama character can you take in a fight? I have a feeling I could whoop Shinpachi's ass. I'm willing to make that bet. He's covered wars, you know? Yeah. Why there's so many game leaks nowadays? Because people are getting hacked left and right. Hey, anime recommendations are similar to Hunter x Hunter? I mean, obviously you have the rest of Shonen Jump stuff. You have like Bleach and JoJo, things like that. Specifically Hunter x Hunter? Yu Yu Hakusho, it's made by the same guy. What do you think about waiting up with the H-Bomber controversy? You talking about the plagiarism thing? He went after people he personally did not like and shielded a bunch of his friends. Have you got the Medicare Hamas stream or watched the archive somehow? We got from Halloween decoration to gay ops. Yeah. Getting a laptop soon so I can write when the feeling hits. Sporadic, so I need to capitalize. My friends say I'm good. I'm just not motivated or distracted. Yeah. Shinpachi win. Remember when being a hacker was hard and all you have to do was give a dumbass worker a porn ad? Yeah. Early Shinpachi was still a trainer. He just didn't have experience. That is true. I'll be generous to say Yoshiwara in Flames. Past that point, he was taking shit seriously and wanted to fight. Like, dude could fight fucking Crow pretty evenly, which is surprising. Have you watched the movie Barbershop? Not in a long ass time. Also compared to Gentoki and Kagura, he looks like a wimp. Yeah. I've seen live action Yu Yu Hakusho yet. I haven't seen the live action one, but people said it's okay. It is kind of what they expected, where there is a ton of shit they had to rush. Isn't Gungrave a game? No, it has an anime. Ever read the manga 20th Century Boys? Yeah, it's actually pretty good. It's pretty damn good. Is it true you have beef with Zack Snyder? Yeah, I don't like Zack Snyder movies. I just don't. They just give me a headache. I don't like them. Have you played any Final Fantasy games? Yeah. I played a bunch of them. Played 7, played 6, played Tactics. Played 15, played 16, played 10. Like, pretty good ones. The Turn the Dark tournament is just Maze Castle. Yeah. Do you think MC for most manga, romance manga passive because it works? No, I think it's wish fulfillment thing. A lot of Japanese culture around romance, like they'll flat out admit it can be kind of difficult for young Japanese people to kind of express themselves to each other. Not having kind of like, oh, they're stoked people. It's just the fact of like, they're young kids. They understand how it's like to like somebody and being insecure about it. And they really like the will they won't they build up and kind of realizing how much they care for each other thing. And the easiest way to write that in a romance story is just make them passive. Make them a passive nerd. Because, I mean, mangas are aimed at nerds, let's be honest here. So it's kind of like a wish fulfillment thing. Sometimes it's the fantasy of the author. Sometimes, in the case of like My Dress Up Darling, it's what the author wanted in a boyfriend, where she wanted kind of like a quiet, shy guy she could be with. There are romance mangas and stuff like that, but they're a lot more direct and to the point. Like Uzaki, if anyone's still reading Uzaki, they got together like about halfway through the fucking manga at this point. So now the whole story in Uzaki is her and the main guy trying to figure out like whether or not they can be intimate with each other, whether or not they have trouble with intimacy. You find out Uzaki is horny like a fucking rabbit and really, really wants to fuck the main guy, but he doesn't really... He's scared of going too far with it, and like, do we really want to do this? Like, that's where that story's gone, so obviously that's a lot more of like, they are together and it's relationship stuff. As I say, there are variations here. Not all of it is after 900 chapters they finally hold hands. I'm reading J.K. Kuzahana, and the MC is passive while surrounded by active girls, mostly because he got screwed over by one in the first chapter, but it gets old after a while. Yeah. Oh, if you read them back to back to back, it definitely will frustrate you. Bring back Miura, bring back Abraham Lincoln. What would be the point of Lincoln? Japanese culture is pure hypocrisy. At this point, the censorship is a formality. The fetish stuff is in most stores. Goddamn, straight up fiends are that repressed. It's not even really repression. They just think the censorship is, like, charming. At first, it was a law, but now they just kind of view it as, like, fun. They even make jokes about it. Would you fuck my dress-up author? I don't know what she looks like, but she seems like a nice lady. Assuming it is a lady. I've also heard people say, no, that's a myth, it's a dude. That's on School Days. I mean, it's infamous for what it is. We're show tonight. This is a solo stream. I'm in my home. I'm not at the trailer. Have you read Boys Abyss? I have not. I don't know what that is. Harwaz Dewal for 40 fake monies. I beg you to read Bouncer. You'll not be disappointed. Alright, I can look it up. Aspergirl? Aspergirl's another one where the two characters in that ended up getting together pretty fast. Of course, a lot of that's because they were both autistic to the point of, like, they just didn't understand how to have the will they want they. Fair enough, it is kind of hilarious, like censoring blood turning it white. That's not Japan, that's China. Like, that's the Chinese version. They are very okay with blood. I've read My Dress Up Darling. It has to be a lady. That's what I thought, too. And I heard the story of, like, oh, yeah, it's because she was super into cosplay and now kind of wants to do a tribute manga to it. It's like, oh, that sounds nice. There are people say, no, it's a dude. It's like, I don't know. Does your hypothetical MC have hairy puss or shaved puss? Audience interpretation. Like, audience interpretation. And I did have other ideas for the other stories. I talked about the one about the vampire, where that kind of followed the classic horror of Dracula formula of big gothic castle where someone's attacked by a vampire and they're turning and they're trying to save them, that kind of thing. I had an idea for like a later main plot where main character finds other main character. This is a guy I'm still kind of tinkering with. You're wrong. They don't like blood. No, that's bullshit. They love blood.
At least $50.
They love blood. The white thing you're thinking of is the Chinese version.
Guess you earned a little appearance
but
by old Uncle
the guy I'm thinking of is like a former prince who he is meant to be kind of like the not quite key to it all character, but obviously is like more important than he seems, because you first see him, he's just like a leper, kind of like a leper hiding himself away, covered in bandages, doesn't want to be seen by the world. Everyone treats him like a hobo. Then you find out he's a prince that was betrayed by his brother, and they lit him on fire while he was alive, and somehow he didn't die. And now he is just constantly walking around as just like this burned mute that can't say anything anymore, and ends up getting together with the main character, and they kind of travel together. That's kind of my thought, where he'd be another one where people think he's just an insane leper, but he's not insane. That's the fucked up part. He still has his sanity. He just can't express himself. Yeah, but a lot of internet people say everyone's a man. That is true. White blood does work in certain situations, like Spy Family shows your blood over. Yeah, you can put two together. As stated, that's the Chinese version. Like, that is the Chinese version. The Japanese version has blood. Mark, you so terrible. What is it, 1 a.m.? So mute Joshua Graham, but less badass. Yeah, but as stated, none of the religious elements. He wouldn't be religious or like badass. He's meant to be pathetic. How do you get burned alive while dead? That's kind of the mystery, where it's like everyone thinks he's dead, but somehow he did not die. Give him a cool metal mask. No, he's meant to be like just this pathetic, like covered in bandages, has like a dirty shawl over him. That kind of thing. Why don't the Chinese show blood? It's just part of their censorship laws. I survived because the fire in my heart burned brighter than the flames around me. So he's mute Joshua Graham. He's not really meant to be Joshua. I know burned man, you immediately think of it, but he's not meant to have any kind of like religious thing to him. Does he look like those people that get mauled by monkeys? Yeah. He looks fucked up. He looks fucked up. Which one I'm going to talk about? This is an idea I had for, like, short story stuff. But the idea is he looks fucked up because before he was betrayed, he was, like, a pretty boy and, like, everyone loved him and he was meant to be kind of like a... You know, he was meant to be the one that all the girls gushed over. And then he's tied to a stake and set on fire by his brother. So now he has memories of when everyone desired him and he was good looking, and now he's just this broken down husk and he's angry. What if he found God in the Grand Canyon? They replace Fireburn with something else? Choose acid? No, it's gonna be fire. Like I'm not budging on that. It's gonna be fire. Because the idea is he was literally tied to a stake by his brother and lit on fire in front of, like, his entire fucking kingdom. Result was basically mages are used as something like stormtroopers, wizards just get replaced by actual mortars, and finally mechs get smacked by shitty World War I tanks. I don't know what you're talking about. They can find a Bail-It. Blow Fujimoto and eat a raw dead fish for creative inspiration. Go up, chat. No, you go up, chat. I was talking about my World War I fantasy setting. Your World War I fantasy setting. Is what Seth said true? Jacking off doesn't affect gym time muscle growth. Do extreme frostbite? No, it's gonna be fire. Like, as stated, I am not budging that it has to be fire because it's meant to be like it's meant to be like when it happened. Like everyone he thought was like a friend or a loved one just watched him burn, and he is stuck with those memories. So like even his own mother watched him burn and didn't do anything to defend him. Because the idea is the brother does some shenanigans and accuses him of treason because he's a power hungry fuck. So his entire family watched him burn. Will the burn preface ever change for the better? Will he always be vile? He's not meant to be vile. Like, he's not a vile person. He's just angry. Like, he's angry, and in beginning when he's traveling with main character, he's very sorry for himself and just, fuck it, I don't care anymore. But traveling with main character kind of, like, perks him up, and seeing how even though the world's fucked up, there's still stuff to live for, and there's still good people. It's like he wants to live again. And eventually he'll be able to talk, even if it's like very rough and like words at a time. And it feeds into actual plot stuff I'll think about later. Is the Christmas merch only seasonal? No, I'll keep it year round. You know, what's the point of taking it down? You never know when someone might need a Christmas shirt. Then you play the first Fear and Hunger. Did you play Termina yet? I played bits and pieces of Termina. It's not bad. I would be angry too if all the people I consider friends watch me burn alive. Yeah. Will he die the second he wants to live again? No, nothing like that. The idea I had for like an ending for him is he gets to be a king again. So even though he is going to be permanently fucked up for the rest of his life, but he gets to retake his throne and be a king. So he goes down as the I'm trying to think of the term. I was debating around like the burned king. Will he get revenge? Yeah, because his revenge will tie into main character's revenge. Did you fuck the mermaid from Ashima Sume? The one that specifically wants a husband that'll die so she can have a tragic romance? How do you feel about the Troon shit in Fear and Hunger? Fear and Hunger by itself is so disturbing that I don't see how anyone can see that as like a positive representation, I guess you could say. There's some bullshit Q lies. Oh, yeah. The Scorched King? Yeah, something like that. As stated, I'm still debating it. I'll flesh it out when it actually matters. So Baldwin the 4th of Jerusalem, but without the Jesus. Yeah. Yeah. about King of Light? Nah, it has to be something that's like a reference to how brutal it was, what happened to him. We're in the map again. We're running this unsynced. We've been over here for an hour. Yeah, I know, right? Here. I am here. So, X23.5, Y9290. Like getting king by a mission, you'll get false legends. People who got burned. People think he tanked an explosion for people. Yeah, right. The melted king. That'd be metal. As stated, I'll think about terms later, because this is shit that comes into play way later. Ow. Eh. I guess we'll wait and we'll do this unsync because we can get it over with faster. Friend's gonna start reading Berserk. Any tips on how to get to love the series? Just read it. Like, just read it. Bless you. Thank you. Let's call him the Burned King. That's kind of what I was thinking. Just keep it simple. I got burned. His dick become like melted cheese. It's interpretation. Sounds like Marvel the Human Torch definitely copyright. Yeah, no, he's not going to be called the Human Torch. I'm enjoying Berserk, but 2016 anime is too jank for me to watch. So yeah, just read it. Just read it. 2016 and 17 are just bad. When we say burned, are we talking Freddy Krueger? Like, quite literally is disfigured bad. Like, Freddy Krueger is bad, but I'm thinking, like, kind of worse. Like, he'd have to be covered in bandages for a long-ass time. Because the wounds are that bad. Probably should just get a bunch of the names that you like and do a poll on it. Well, I'll come up with something when I decide to flesh it out. Country Fried King. When he becomes king, call him the Phoenix. You know what, that would work, because an idea I had is like once enough adventures happened, you know, like, because I was thinking like few little short stories to kind of get a taste for it. Then if I decided to do something bigger, I'll do something bigger. But I was thinking like the main character, once they get enough of a reputation, could kind of get a nickname, like a title. So I was thinking something like maybe, you know, the Dragon or something like that, where oh shit, it's a big deal, X figures there. Obviously that's something I haven't really thought about too much at all. But, you know, that thing. We draw manga. I'm not drawing this. This is like idea for short story thing. I think the music in Berserk is too electric for the setting. Talking about Susumu Hirasawa, at moments he can be, but I don't think it's too bad for a lot of it. As a teenager, I wasn't really a big fan. Now I've learned to appreciate. That's gay. Yeah, I know, Estee. That is like throw towards the bucket type shit where I'm like, okay, I have no idea what the title would be. Okay. Let's just do this because I'm fucking exhausted. You have to at least have the proposition to offer to them that they can be healed however it costs betrayal, and it leaves them a decision. Betray the main crew, stay loyal, remain disfigured. No, nothing like that. Nothing like that. Alright. We are going to party up. Now we're going to do this. Yeah. So let us just do this. Does he sleep in silence or some white noise? Mainly in silence. Is juicy though? He doesn't have to do it. Nah. I want him to stay burned forever, because the idea is he rises up in spite of that. Because at first he was 100% just like a pretty boy and like, oh, it's all about his looks. And he didn't really take anything seriously. now that he's been burned up, he has to learn how to fight and be a man. And once again, that's where being with the main character will help. With the main character, all they know how to do is live a rough life. Alright. Attack! Is big man gonna be jaded but effective ruler man? Yeah, the idea is by the time he gets his throne back, he is a good king. The idea is he would be a massive asshole when he was a noble, like spoiled prick. But after he's lit on fire and kind of goes through his trial, he ends up being a good person. Main character a kind person? Yeah. Up until they're not. The idea is very classical type hero, like very, very mean against people who are mean. Very, very nice to people who you need to be nice to. Would the ending be bittersweet? Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. I was thinking it'd be kind of like a Big Trouble in Little China ending, where you find out the guy really wants to be with the main character and be like, hey, we can do this together, you know, we can rule this shit together, it'd be great. And they're just kind of like, hey, that's not really what I want to do, though. I kind of want to see the world. So they kind of just split on amicable terms. You know, that we really shook the pillars of heaven, didn't we? How bad would it be Joffrey level? No. Este, he'd just be a spoiled dick. He'd be like, oh, you didn't have the garden prepared by 2 p.m. like I said. Well, I guess you don't have a job anymore. That type. He's meant to be immature. He's not meant to be evil. He farted on you, I know. Will the villain also be burned or would be drowned? The actual villain who did it, the brother, I don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead at all. Like, in regards to this aspect of it, I have barely thought of anything. A modern celebrity? Yeah, that's kind of it. He's kind of just meant to be spoiled. So Prince from Beauty and the Beast. Yeah, even then, like, they make a point of the prince in that was, like, cruel. He's not really meant to be cruel. He doesn't know any better, you know? He grew up in a big mansion surrounded by servants. He doesn't really know how to treat people. Drowning Brother sounds like classic death. I would need to think about the entire story of that and all that before even considering any of this. Oh, God. Speaking of which, what am I going to do? Big Trouble in Little China review. I would love to. That movie means a lot to me and my family. American classic. Good ironic punishment for his bro would be you burn me aside from, you burning me may be a better person, and King let me be as generous as you. Eh, as I say, I'll think about it. Thoughts on Tokyo Revengers? I never watched it. I grew up in a mansion. I knew how to treat people. You whip them and call them names of their people. Some with an N and a very hard R. Except for the Berserk adaptation by Studio Clips. It's a fan animation thing. I don't know. Okay. So let me see what else we need to do next. Fuck. Let me look at the duty finder. So... God damn it, it's a fucking job quest. I don't need that right now. Where is my next story quest? I forgot. What else do we need to do? I'm trying to make sure of that before moving on. I think it's like around here. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. Damn. I lost where my home base is. I'm scared. Should be around here. Oh, no, it's not that. Ever since I saw Big Trouble in Little China, never knew it was full of weird Chinese mystical shit. Well, yeah, I mean, it's the whole point of the movie. It's fucking great. I'm trying to figure out where I'm supposed to go. I'm trying to remember. Am I getting Hyrule Field vibes with the song? Because it's a good fucking song. It is a good song. Here. First, let me get out of this region. Okay. Let's try Black Shroud. I think it might be New Gridania. Let me head over there real quick. I don't think it is, but I shall see. Those points of the burn one meets the slave girl, recognize him, yet still helps him. He just cries at pure kindness. And anything like that, as stated, I will come up with the idea as I flesh it out if I think it is good. As we know, I got motion sick from that because my controller is fucked up and the analog stick's forever going right. Do what you gotta do. Alright, this is not where I need to go. This is the fucking area with the elves. Where the hell do I go? Is it Mordana? Yeah, it's Mordana. I fucking forgot. Okay. It's Revenant's Toll. Mystical stuff was crazy. Also had famous fat guy exploding. Yeah. I had an idea for my version of zombies. Basically, they don't run around, bite, or slowly walk. They just wander around aimlessly trying to remember who they are because they're rotten. Yeah, so like undead. Okay. Like, chat keeps asking questions for a story that's not even written yet. Yeah. Favorite boss fight in Baldur's Gate 3 so far? Most like to talk about Raphael, but I really like the Balthazar fight when you get the Light Clerk. That one's pretty good. I like the Hag fight. It's gimmicky as hell, but I just love the build up to the Hag and then the actual fight itself. It is so much fun. Alright, but your hypothetical book needs to have at least one Catgirl bunker. Okay. So now the Navel and the Howling Eye. Let me see what's a trial. Interesting. Tarmac, the Horror Eater, Striking Tree. Okay, there it is. The Howling Eye. Do we not unlock Howling Eye hard? I'm confused. Yeah, we need these in hard mode. Well, honestly, at this point, I think I'm going to call it. It's almost 3 a.m. here. Give me a sec. Really, really cool that, what's his face? The guy who came over here. Really, really cool. He helped me out with this. Gyokisai. Really, really cool, because we needed that. We really needed that. But I'm going to call it here. Let me log out. Almost 4 a.m. Yeah, for you. It's 3 a.m. for me. But there we go. We you know, successful night, even if we got stuck waiting for over a goddamn hour with the fucking queues. That just got bad. That just got really, really bad. But we did what we had to do. We did what we had to do. You have to go back to the guy at your original base. Yeah, I did. I was trying to remember where the original base was, because it fucked with me that the quest was not in the quest log. Then I remembered, all right, we technically didn't get it, because we had to undo the fucking dungeons to unlock them. Ugh. But yeah, so. I'll find you and shake your hand. No, you won't. Gay. Gay. Do you really think I'm founding a grand company in the Discord might save you time? Might save you time. Was it good to slur for wizards? Just call him gay. I'll call him gay. I need to poopy. Yeah, that is true. You do. Haven't seen you branching out. You stopped playing silly FF14, started doing just chatting streams. Yeah, right? That got rough. That got rough. God damn, those queues are bad. But yeah, so there you go. Yeah. I even got to talk about my little short story idea that I thought was interesting. We're doing this next time you're doing this because fuck you, you're not accepting my help whether you like it or not. We kind of need it at this point. It's like we need somebody that will help us just do like fucking unsyncs because like, dude, I don't give a shit anymore. What's your New Year's resolution? Being less fat? How about you being less fat? Oh yeah. We'll get a clubhouse in FF for all the bros to hang out. That could be a fun time sync. That could be. Give us something to do. Streams are mostly chatting anyway. That is true. I talked over a lot of those cutscenes. You never need to sleep what you do with the extra time. Probably get a lot more done. Can I join your father's podcast? It doesn't exist. They haven't done anything yet. Thoughts on Romy Park voice behind Edward Elric, Hong Zhuai, and Naoto Shirogane? I'm assuming this is the Japanese versions. Let me look that up real quick. Yeah, Japanese versions. Yeah, she's pretty good. I don't really watch Full Metal. I haven't watched Full Metal in Japanese in a while because last time I went through Brotherhood, Irishman insisted we did dub. And Persona 4, I only ever watched in English because I'm like, it's Persona Cast. I like them. What's on Vomit Fetish? Please stop. James, our podcast remains relaxing. Yeah. Work my prophecy. Your parents will find the staple vagina stream. At that point, I can get some advice where it's like, listen, okay, this picture's weird, right? It's a weird picture. Can I be the tech guy in your father's podcast? There's no tech experience. All right. What's worse, vomit or vor? Both are bad. Oh yeah, so yeah, I'll keep fleshing out my little idea here. You know, I'll do something with it now that I pitched it and people are like, hey, that's actually not too bad. It's like, thank you. I needed to pitch. You know, you gotta pitch it to the room to see if it sounds right. You know. But I'll probably do something with it. It's about finding time to sit down at the computer and actually do something instead of procrastinating with other stuff. And I do plan on getting started on the next video pretty soon. But, you know, it's the week leading up to New Year's. You got to take some time off to celebrate the coming New Year's, you know? Validation! Yeah, exactly. Loved your ideas. Yeah, thank you. Ever seen William Friedkin's lesser-known masterpiece, Sorcerer? I've not seen Sorcerer, but I do hear it's fun. Make sure your pen name is Almighty Adult. Yeah, right? Pretty edgy. Well, I mean, it's meant to be like pulpy fantasy stuff. Have you read my material on writing? I've not. Better get royalties for helping. MC must be in bikini armor. No, I'll come up with an actual design. I'll get with an art bro and be like, hey, it's kind of what I'm thinking, just to visualize. Oh, yeah. This is after I actually dedicate to it, you know what I mean? Still. I'm going to call it here. I'm getting sleepy now. So, thanks to everybody who showed up. I stated I will stream on Saturday, and we might do Baldur's Gate, because I stated now that I've talked about my idea, it'd be a good idea to kind of do some more inspiration stuff, or I don't know. But point is that's the mindset I have. So we'll figure it out. Okay.
They'll look high and they'll look low. They'll look everywhere we go. But when the sinners find us, we won't hide. They'll come loud and they'll come fast. But we shoot first and we can last. Keep your rifle by your side. Singing, oh Lord, this earth was made for us. come day and they'll come night. They'll have our children in their sights. But if they don't have faith, their eyes are blind.
They can scream and they can shout, but they can never smoke us out. Keep your eyes